All right, lane 7 and 8, in and buckle up. Lane 7 and 8, in and buckle up. Here we go. No box time run session. If you're not in the stadium lanes, you'd be heading in that direction. No box. There'll be one time run session offered. We are up and ready to roll. Here we go, the start of time runs here on the final day. Rockin' Super Shootout and Moneymaker Weekend. Wade Humphrey, Bay City, Michigan, Dodge Daytona in the right-hand lane, taking on the snowmobile. Artie Cat left-hand lane. The red light for the sled and left-hand lane, 077 for Wade. Left lane will be a 610, 108 miles per hour to a 785 at 85.07 miles per hour. Chevrolet Vega up against the Cavalier here. Andrew Hines in the left-hand lane, taking on the Heinig Racing Chevrolet Vega. .032 for Hines in left-hand lane. Heining with an 027 and a 604 to a 591, 117 miles per hour for Andrew. The Fiero coming up in the right lane will be Andy Wingo. Gaylord, Michigan, taking on Ron Smith Chevy 2. It does look like lanes 7 and 8 are filled up all the way to the back, so drivers that are just heading to the stadium lanes, please use lanes 5 and 6. Overflow into lanes 5 and 6. Couple of green lights here, a 49 to a 24. Andy Wingo runs a 539 and 130 to a 690 and 97.69. So initially, looks like we got a little bit slower conditions this morning than we've had maybe the last couple days. Chris Messberg and Chevy 2 going to be in left lane, and Rick Mathis, Copish, Michigan, T-Bucket Roadster on the right side. An 040 for Rick in the Roadster. Left lane a 30 red light. Rick runs 530, 129 to a 730, 92.77 miles per hour. The Ford Mustang coming up in the left-hand lane. Paul Adamitis taking on the Chevrolet Vega. Paul Wolf. Wolf still with a 599 dialing in the window from yesterday. Let's see what what we get out of the Vega here. Paul with a nice wheel stand there, 005 reaction time. Right lane, well, there's a 597 at 114 to a 632 at 107. So maybe a little quicker with the Vega. Russ Thompson's Pontiac coming to right-hand lane. Perry, Michigan. Dave Mullins, Milan, Michigan S10, left lane. Left lane in 015 reaction time for Mullins and a 6080, 112 miles per hour. Russ runs 723, 94.94. Dennis O'Connor coming right lane, Portland, Michigan, 63 Chevy 2, and Tim Flynn, Barracuda left lane out of Naperville, Illinois. .018 for Dennis in the Chevy 2, and he will run a time of 596.2. 114 miles per hour to a 638.3, 106. In the left-hand lane, Doug McCurry and Jeff Heerman. Jeff with a Duster. The FTI Performance Lane, the Motor State and Edelbrock side. McCurry out of Westland, Michigan. .092 for Doug in the Olds will be a low 34 for Jeff in the Duster. 630, 109 miles per hour to 626, 108.70 miles per hour. Joe Stowe coming up the left lane, Commerce Township, Michigan. Chevrolet Chevelle going to take on the extended cab pickup truck coming up the right-hand lane. New entry here, number 100. And looks like the box is full of leaves here on the truck. They're flying all over the place off the starting line. Left lane 647, 105. Right lane 1030 at 60 miles per hour. We'll do a little swabbing of the starting line here and get the little bit of the debris that flew out of the back of the truck swept off to the side. Eden Lutzke and Jeff Heinig waving their turn. Barracuda in right lane out of Harrison. Eden from Langston, Michigan with his orange Chevrolet Camaro. Super Comp, you're on a standby call. Super Comp, standby call for Super Comp. Your one and only qualifying round. If you want to get on the list, you will have to make that run. Super Comp, for your one and only qualifying round, you're on a standby call. Left lane 656 for Aiden at 103 miles per hour. Jeff Heining runs 666, 101.94 miles per hour. Once again, they wipe up behind the Barracuda. Any crew members for Jeff there? I'm not sure what they're, I'm assuming it's water. So there's no lacquer thinner or anything going down, but I know this has happened a few times behind the Barracuda. I want to remind you the concession's open here this morning. You want to get some coffee or hot chocolate, a bag of ice, if they are selling ice at the concession stand, is opened up and ready to serve you. We're ready to continue on here. Brad Bird and Toby Croning. Let me next. The Be Cool sponsored S10 in the left-hand lane, and Brad from Clio, Michigan, 1985 IROC Chevy. An 014 for Toby in the truck, 034 for Brad in the IROC. Brad runs 567, 120 miles per hour to 608, 111.06 miles per hour. The Mayfield's Magic Mopar. Preston Bailey, Farwell, Michigan, 17-year-old driving the 1967 Dodge Dart. And Travis Neiman from Bannister, Michigan. I believe this is the first race of the weekend here for Travis. New entry, Bannister Chevy 2. An 012 reaction time for Travis. The little Chevy 2 will run a 6:36.8, 107 to a 7:42 at 91.80 miles per hour in the right lane for Preston. Clint Bailey's turn this time. Clare, Michigan. Dart taking on the Iceman. Jeff Pitts from Oxford, Michigan. 1967 Chevy Camaro with a 565 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. First call to the stadium lanes for Super Comp. Super Comp lanes 3 and 4. First call to the stadium lanes. It's again one and only qualifying round. Super Comp. You do need to make this run to get yourself placed on the ladder. Super Comp lanes 3 and 4. John Heltman and Brian Malasik going to run next. Brian with the 73 Dodge Dart Sport left lane out of Saginaw, Michigan. Brian turned on some wind lights out here yesterday. John Hultman's Bannister, Michigan, 66 Chevy Nova. Wheels up in the air, 073 reaction time. Pretty close side-by-side one here, a 597 to a 595, 113 miles per hour. So we have called Super Comp to the stadium lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp. Super Comp, lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Comp. Dustin Loynes, come up in the left lane. Pinckney, Michigan, 1980 C-Tech Firebird, taking on Corey Oberstadt out of Howell, Michigan, driving the S10 pickup truck. Green light's a pair. Dustin near perfect. He's 003 and puts up a 585 with an 8 at 118 miles per hour to a 665 with a 2. 103.01 for the truck. Another truck coming up the right-hand lane. Anthony Forey taking on Lou Robertson's S10 truck in the left lane out of North Branch, Michigan. Left lane Lou with a 574, 120 miles per hour. Right lane the truck 686 with a 9 and 99.49 miles per hour. Ken Oberson, right hand lane, Whitmore Lake, Michigan, S10, and Brian Kuda, the new Boston, Michigan Maverick. A red light for the truck, 010 green for the Ford. Here we go. Bill Wilson, Dennis Stoy coming up. Mopar in the right-hand lane, taking on the 1960 Chevrolet Chevelle out of Holland, Ohio. Bill Wilson. Left lane the Chevelle 587, 116 miles per hour to a 702, 97.91 miles per hour. Joe Percy Jr. Ford Mustang, the pizza cook out of Davison, Michigan. And John Bach from West Olive, Michigan, 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. Once again, Super Comp to the lanes, Super Comp to the stadium lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. Green light's a pair here. Baca with a nice 010 reaction time with his Camaro. And he runs a 634, 107 miles per hour to 653, 105.26 miles per hour. These two guys flipping lanes on me here. Mark Pressey normally goes on the right side. He's going to make a time run in the left-hand lane. Newport, Michigan Dodge Dart. And Chuck Reynolds makes 90% of his runs in the left lane. He's going to make one on the right side here. Farwell, Michigan. A 009 for Mark in the left lane. He will like that. And he runs a 653.9 and 102 miles per hour. Chuck with a 677 at 100 miles per hour. Keith Grubaugh, Chris Roth bring their Chevrolets up to the starting line. Camaro out of Essexville, Michigan. As we said maybe a couple days ago, Chris was a former national runner-up in the IHRA World Championship race for Braca Racing about 5 years ago. And it is Keith Grubaugh, right-hand lane. St. John's, Michigan, the retired truck driver, driving his 69 Chevelle. Left lane 603, 112 miles per hour for Chris Roth. A nice 019 light. Keith Grubaugh put up a 000 perfect line in his time run and runs a 664 with a 9 at 102 miles per hour. Mark Martinez and Dan Gorby will be next. Mark in the Chevy 2, left lane Birch Run, Michigan. Dan with a 1969 Chevy Camaro from Sheridan, Michigan. Both drivers identical 0:13 reaction times. Martinez runs 6:04 at 112 miles per hour to 6:26 for Dan, 109.05 miles per hour. Here's last night's winner in the box category, Kyle Yacko, Trenton, Michigan, Daytona, taking on Rich Purdue Chevrolet Camaro in the left-hand lane. Final call to the seat lanes for Super Comp. Final call to the seat lanes for Super Comp. Good looking launch there for Purdue. A 10 reaction time. Picked him up, carried him out, and runs a 6:45 with a 5. Kyle was 006 on the tree and went 6:69. 101 miles per hour. Russ Thompson, Firebird to the left lane, and Brian Kiefer, the Chevrolet Malibu, to the right side. Ryan with a 19 reaction time, 0:26 for Russ. 590, 116 miles per hour to 724, 94.53. Mark Daniels, this is a 1998 Chevrolet Camaro out of South Boardman, Michigan with a 402. And Jason Jenkins, Ford Mustang from Coleman, and run down the FTI lane. Mark, all kind of tire spin on the start line with that car. 0:11 reaction time. Left-hand lane, Jason on 717, 94 miles per hour. Mark is coasting at 60 miles per hour. I'm not sure what was up there. I know he had parked that car and maybe gave it another chance, and he may be reparking that car. Josh Chidden and Heinz Hall are coming up next. Heinz the left lane, the S10. Josh Chidden in the Ford Mustang right lane, Spring Lake, Michigan. Foolish Pleasure team. Well, this is two of the slower stagers you'll have in the stadium lanes running side by side. So cue the Jeopardy music. Wheels straight up. Look at that launch out of the Mustang. 6:24.9, 107.77 to a 6:29, 108.40. Scott Wright, Jeff Alexander. Jeff's the Chevy Monza out of Howard City, Michigan. Scott Wright was the winner of the Great Lakes Stock Super Stock event out here yesterday. Picked up around $2,700 for that victory. The Oakland, Michigan 1962 Plymouth Savoy. Scott was kind of like the mystery car out here yesterday. He won the event, but he had multiple issues throughout eliminations. And he was double entered. He was racing in the no box category as well as the super stock category, but the car would just smoke the tires about every third run. That's a good looking run there. A 6:10, 112. Jeff runs 6:04, 114.56 miles per hour. Couple Mustangs this time. Mark Hancock and Warren Smith. Warren right hand lane, Temperance, Michigan. Mark left lane. His Mustang out of Cedar Springs, Michigan. A 003 red light for Warren Smith, 039 green light for Mark Hancock. Warren runs 6:18. It is a little bit slower out there today. Left lane 6:43, 107 miles per hour. Randy Martin and Neil Swain going to run the Jeep CJ9 up against the 73 Duster. Attention to pits, attention to pit area. Great Lakes Stock Super Stock Association. Your one and only qualifying round to lanes 7 and 8, please. Stock Super Stockers to lanes 7 and 8. .005 reaction time for Neil and 088 in left lane for Randy Martin. Neil runs 571 with a 9, 119 to a 690 with a 9 and 98 miles per hour. Kelly Smith and Ron Hagar are going to run. Kelly the S10 truck backing up on the right-hand lane out of White Cloud, Michigan. Ron with a 79 Starfire actually followed Ron through the drive-thru at McDonald's in Stanton this morning with that car. Clark Lake, Michigan Starfire. Ronald 016 reaction time here, 042 for Kelly. Kelly runs 6:31 with a 5 and 106 miles per hour, 8:33 for the Oldsmobile at 82.58 miles per hour. Pat Nye, the homebrew Dodge Yard out of Bad Axe, Michigan, and Tim Flynn from Naperville, Illinois, Barracuda. Two good ones in this class. You would not be surprised to see in the winner's circle later this afternoon. .036 for Pat, a red light for Tim Flynn. Pretty close. It looks like Pat out in front, 6:31 and 107 to a 6:38 at 106.69 miles per hour. Two more good ones. There's a lot of good ones in line. Who am I kidding? High Precision, Plymouth, Al McChesney, Calumet, Michigan, Belvedere, right lane. Here's the guy that's had the best weekend without winning a race so far. Will Stackley, Milverton, Ontario, Canada, Charger left lane. was runner-up out here Friday night for the 2-grander, and he was runner-up last night for the 5-grander. Red light by 11 for Al, 16 green for Will. Will runs 566 and 122 to a 631, 108 miles per hour. Chris Messbergen coming up, the Norton Shore Chevy in Kevin Huntley. Beulah, Michigan, 1967 Dodge Dart. We run down the Lane or a Motor State. Almost screwed that one up. Motor State scoreboard. Last week it said Lane Automotive down there. This week it says Motor State in Edelbrock. A red light for Kevin Huntley by 17. Chris is 12 green. Chris runs 730 with a 0.92 to a 587.1. 116.74 miles per hour. Jason Mikula, the Chevy 2. J&M Racing, Eagle, Michigan. And Brad Talbot. Brad had an okay day yesterday. He won $5,000 with the Heidelberg, Ontario Camaro. We have called the Stock and Super Stockers the lane 7 and 8. Left lane of 599 for Mikula after a 19 light. Brad, Mr. Saturday Night Special, just maybe he's a Sunday guy too. 000 perfect light in a 6:15 on his time run. Mike Stokes taking on Jason Hicks. Jason left lane. Lansing, Michigan, Oldsby O'Kellis, and Mike with a challenger from Beulah, Michigan. Mike Stokes will run a 536, 120 miles per hour to a 688 at 99. Ken Hansen, the Impala, going to race Andrew Hines sitting behind the wheel. Yeah. Wow, we dropped the average age in the wagon here by about 40 years. Right lane an 033 reaction time in a 721 and 94 miles per hour to an 843 at 79.58. Ron Smith, the Chevy 2, FTI Performance Lane, Motor State side, the Van Haren family. They're together again, Chesaning, Michigan GTO, John Van Haren. 31 and a 32 for reaction times for the pair. Van Haren, 598, 115 miles per hour to a 693, 97.52 miles per hour. Rob Lutzke going to make his time run here in the Chevy Vega. A 51 reaction time here for Rob in the Vega. Down to the finish line, he will run a 6:01, 112 miles per hour. It's continuing to see a trend here this morning, a little bit slower out there than we've seen the last couple days. Tim Stout, Carson City, Michigan, S10. Tim in the right-hand lane runs 6:77 at 100.17 miles per hour after a 21 reaction time. Here comes Loud Scott Kiefer. The little small block Chevrolet 55 out of Detroit, Michigan, and he likes to rev her up. Very nice 0:11 reaction time. Good looking run here for the 55 Chevy. He'll run 596, 114.81 miles per hour. Tom Artikas coming up. The truck in the right lane out of Ray, Michigan. Final couple runs here in the no box before we go to our qualifying round for Super Comp. Gray Lake Stock and Super Stock will be behind the Super Comp cars, so those drivers and cars should be in the staging lanes. One qualifying round that'll set the ladder. A red light by 009 here for Artikas. And he will run a lap time of 6:47, 105 miles per hour. Jared Ledford, the Chevrolet Camaro, going to run down the right lane. .011 reaction time for the Camaro. 8th mile time will be 6:22 with a 2 at 110.21 miles per hour, and that'll do it for the first class. The no box is in the books. We're getting ready to switch over to Super Comp qualifier. Here we go, the 890 cars. Back to quarter-mile drag racing. 410s Pro Tree, the Super Comp class. Pat DeBottis and Rock Haas. Square up here. Rock in the right-hand lane is 2025 McElvain car taking on the M&M dragster Pat DeBottis in left lane out of Howell, Michigan. Pat went to the $5,000 final round in this category, ended up runner-up. Then he went on to win the Super Gas class yesterday with his Dodge Dakota truck. Down the finish line here, Rock Haas 889 with a 1, and DeBottis nailed it, 890 with an 8. Both cars at 185 miles per hour right there. So next pair, back up, Steve Bueller and Scott Mackey. Mackey, the dragster in the left-hand lane out of Fort Myers, Florida. Steve Bueller, the reigning NHRA Division III champion. On the right side, Freeport, Michigan, driving a McElvain dragster. Here we go, both drivers in. A 30 to an 18 reaction time on their time run here. On the finish line, it'll be an 889.5. Steve Bueller went 901. That's kind of a surprising number in the scoreboard out of that car right there in this qualifying session. Dean McElvain and Dan Hedges. Dean, the right-hand lane, the chassis builder to the Stars out of New Carlisle, Ohio, and Dan Hedges, Plainwell, Michigan. Or the Hedges family. Been racers for a very, very long time out of that area. A 21 for Dean, a 31 for Dan on reaction time. Finish line here, it'll be an 895. Dean went 891 at 186 miles per hour. So Pat DeBottis is still leading the group here with an 890 with an 8. Pat Martin backing up in the right-hand lane. London, Ohio, American car taking on the American chassis of Rob Goins in the left lane out of Orlando, Florida. 632 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Both drivers in. Here we go. 27 for Martin, a 48 in the left lane. Looking for an 890 with an 8 or better. And it'll be an 894. There it is. Pat Martin, number 1. 890 with a 4 at 187 miles per hour. Our top speed so far this morning and our number 1 qualifier. Leo's into the third. Coming to Brian Lane out of Clinton Township, Michigan. Taking on Steve Fields in the left lane. Carlton, Michigan for Steve. A 15 for Leo on a reaction time, 047 for Steve. Leo will out mile an hour him here and to get around him. 890 with a 3. How about that? To an 890 with a 6. 180 and 172 miles per hour. That puts Leo up in the number 1 spot by 1,000th of a second. 890 with a 3. Martin went 890 with a 4. Fields went 890 with a 6. And DeBatis went 890 with an 8. Top 4 drivers nailing the 890 with 1 more to go here. Chris Fields, Carleton, Michigan dragster backing up. 1999 Advance chassis car. .067 here for Chris Fields, looking for a 890. He'd probably take it with a 1 at the end. Let's go with that. Well, 891.9, 168 miles per hour. So that will set the ladder for round number 1 in Super Comp. We've got a 1-time run coming out here. Looks like Michael Lyons still on the grounds here with his Aicano dragster. He made a couple yesterday. So this will be a quarter-mile run here for the Aicano dragster. Michael looking to get some paperwork taken care of before he returns to the NHRA Lucas Oil Series, I assume. So Michael clicks it off to an 8:01 at 130 miles per hour, quarter mile. And we are getting ready to go with the one and only qualifying round offered for the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. They are coming out. Again, the lateral will be set based on this run. They'll be back around for eliminations, about an hour and a half or so. And here we go, Scott Klingler and John Nekaporchik. 2023 Copo 402 Super Stock car was a winner out here earlier this year. Grosse Isle, Michigan, taking on Scott Klingler, his 2019 Copo Camaro. Scott's an engineer out of Ortonville, Michigan, with BP Racing Fuels for sponsorship. Both drivers in. Here we go. Opening pair qualifying for Super Stock. And Klingler is, you know, he did this on a run yesterday. Just goes sideways right off the starting line and smokes the tires. And I'm guessing it might be time. Throw a fresh set of rubber on the back of that one. Right lane 953 at 140 miles per hour. Scott going to roll down through there at 66 miles per hour. Scott Bartlett of Lambertville, Michigan, the Oldsmobile Delta 88, taking on this D-Stock Chevy 2 out of Richfield, Ohio. 327 cubic inch small block Chevrolet with a stick shift. Stick shift Chevy 2 out in front here, and he will light up the scoreboard with a 1064 run, 120 miles per hour to a 1203, 108.34. Mike Sheehan, Lynxburg, Michigan, 1988 Ford Mustang. Going to run down the FTI sponsored lane, taking on Brett Sauerbaugh. West Olive, Michigan, went all the way to the final round last night. 1967 427 Chevrolet Corvette with a stick shift. Probably the most photographed car on the grounds right here. Wheels up in the air. 61 light here for Brett. 25 for Mike. Sauerbaugh runs a 10:04. He's pretty close to where he was last night. To an 1190 410.E, 1 miles per hour. Checkmate Chevy, Paul Carr, Highland, Michigan, 2015 Chevrolet Camaro. And Matt Hewitt, the defending series champion out of Milan, Michigan, with his Oldsmobile Achieva, and run down the Motor State side. Quarter mile finish line here, 980, 133.94 miles per hour to a 10:02.2, 135 for Paul Carr. West Michigan Auto Body coming up. Craig Sauerbaugh out of Grand Haven, 327 cubic inch stick shift Chevy, and another Achieva. This is the Canadian car of Chris Lozon out of Chatham, Ontario. A 29 reaction time for Chris in left lane. Craig was 113 reaction time. FTI performance lane, Chris Lozon, 986.9, 134 miles per hour to 1112, 106.55 miles per hour. Throw a little, that liquid rosin back down to the starting line, prevent those bald spots that stick shift cars kind of contribute to. Our next pair is going to be Rick Jacob, the 65 Belvedere out of Troy, Michigan, the Motor City Digital sponsored machine, and Dr. Todd Lochner in right lane, Midland, Michigan, 2022 572 Camaro. Rick Jacob, Todd Lochner, here we go. A 91 for Todd. Foot brake in the Copo, 572. Quarter mile time will be 972, 138 miles per hour. Rick Jacob runs 1043, 128.92. The All-Star Performance sponsored 442 Oldsmobile. Jim Cagle Jr. out of Hartford, Michigan. They'll run down the Motor State side. And George Wright, stick shift Ford Mustang out of Carleton, Michigan. 302 Ford with a stick shift. First call to the SATA lanes, top ET, the box class. Lanes 3 and 4, box, lanes 3 and 4, please. Stick shift Ford Mustang here up against the E-Stock Automatic Oldsmobile 442. Wheels straight up in the air for the Ford, a 92 reaction time. Jim Cagle is 25 green. Left-hand lane will be a 1031, 128 miles per hour, and a 1091, 121.57 miles per hour. Rod Shop Dodge coming up in the FTI lane. Vance Cummins out of Grand Rapids, 1968 Dodge Dart. Taking on the legend here in the right-hand lane, Ben Wenzel Sr., Freeland, Michigan, 67 Chevy Camaro. Ben Wenzel with a nice 018 reaction time with a stick shift Chevy and a 1043, 126 miles per hour. Vance and a Rod Shop Dodge runs 1117, 118.54 miles per hour. Chris Roth, Paul Racer Brown. A couple of drivers that live over in the Thumb here in Michigan. Roth in left lane, the Trans Am out of Essexville, Michigan. And Paul Racer Brown, Cass City, Michigan, the 68 Barracuda. A couple of bracket racers switched to, Paul Brown switched to the super classes. Now he's in the super stock class. Chris, a bracket racer for a very long time, and put together this Trans Am to specifically compete in this Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. Green lights, both very nice. 026 to an 027 here on their qualifying effort. That will set the reaction times, will set the ladder. 10:07, 134, and a 10:82, 122 miles per hour. Their next pair head up to the starting line. Chris Heminger, Williamston, Michigan, 87 Oldsmobile Cutlass, and Rich Perdue, Bay City, Michigan, wheel stand at 89 Chevy Camaro. Chris, one of the more experienced racers in the class at 79 years old, with his Oldsmobile Cutlass in the right-hand lane. Perdue out, wheels up, carries him out there a little ways. 006 reaction time. Chris barely turned it red by 002. And it'll be a 10:14 and 131 and 11:42, 116.91 miles per hour. Mike Lagos is new to him, a nostalgia-style super stocker out of Cass City, Michigan, 68 Cuda. Taking Al Wisniewski, Auburn, Michigan, the chassis builder. The high-winding Pontiac Sunfire. Once again, top ET, you have been called to lanes 3 and 4. A big red light for Mike, a big green light for Al. Down the finish line, it'll be an 884, 155 miles per hour. Lagos runs 12:22 with a 108.80 miles per hour. The Varsity Ford Cobra Jet. Coming up in the FTI lane, Patrick Downing out of Petersburg, Michigan. Little 281 cubic inch power plant. But that's the monster motor here on the starting line, because Mike Warren has a 250 cubic inch 6-cylinder. Bellevue, Michigan. Mike will have the honors of being the slowest car in competition in the stock and super stock line with his 69 Camaro. Ford Mustang with a 1065 run under 26 miles per hour. Mike Warren in the right-hand lane, 15-16 at 84 miles per hour. I hear stick shifts coming out of the burnout box. A couple good ones here. Kyle Geltema's Thunderbird out of Grand Haven, Michigan, and Jimmy Ronzello. We're talking about this car out in the pit area last night after the event. I'm not sure there's a better working car in Superstock. Little tire, stick shift, 302 Mustang out of Carlton, Michigan. This thing just goes down the track. And it's got that specific sound that you love to listen to. 0:37 reaction time, a 12 red light for Kyle. The white Mustang out in front, quarter mile time, 9:31 at 142 miles per hour. Kyle went 9:75 at 137.09 miles per hour. That's right where Jimmy was last night with that white Mustang. Quickly throwing down some more of the liquid rosin. Starting line here, the Oldsmobile Achieva of Randy Running, waiting his turn in the FTI lane out of Lapeer, Michigan. Well, look who he's matched up with. Zach Running, Lapeer, Michigan, 85 Oldsmobile Calais. Father-son matchup that put on a show out here during Memorial Day weekend. On the Monday of Memorial Day, these two made it all the way to the final round in a field of about 80 no-box racers here at the Motorplex. Randy Running ran Zach Running in the final round. Actually, Zach having a phenomenal year with his Oldsmobile Calais. He won that race on that Monday. He's also won a Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association race earlier in May as well. So he had a very, very good May. Wheels up, 45 green. Randy turned it red by 18. Down the finish line, it'll be a 9:46 at 141 to a 9:49 at 140.99 per mile per hour. Swiping up a little bit of something out of Zach's car there off the starting line. Is Randy Martin and Mike Delahanty wait their turn. Couple of classic looking hot rods. 64 Plymouth for Delahanty in the left lane out of Novi, Michigan. Car that we've seen running in the 9-second range. The first time I've seen the car running in the 9s out here yesterday and Friday. Taking on Randy Martin out of Belleville, Michigan, the 73 Duster. Well, the better reaction time, and they went to the driver in the Duster. Randy Martin an 0:10 to an 0:67. Delahanty left lane will run 10:08. A little slower, 131 miles per hour to a 10:60, 125.48. McCormick Motorsports, here's a new ride on the grounds here. The Dakota out of Leonard, Michigan. Steve Zayorny in the left-hand lane out of McCormick Motorsports. And Doug Wright, 64 Plymouth Belvedere, the AFX car out of Waterford, Michigan. Be kind of a good measuring stick if how much slower it might be here. The Mopar in the right-hand lane, pretty consistent ride. Ran a 9:03 out here yesterday morning during this session. Here he runs a 9:10, 147.29 miles per hour. Left lane 12:02, 109.07 miles per hour. Scott Wright, last night's winner of the event, waits his turn in the right-hand lane at Oakland Township, Michigan, 62 Plymouth. And Jessica Comer, left-hand lane, Lansing, Michigan, 77 Oldsmobile. Jessica, a past winner in the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association competition. Both these drivers had their picture taken in the winner's circle here at the Motorplex. Scott with a 0:66 reaction time. Jessica's a little bit late on that one at a 1:47. Scott right lane 9:62 at 138 miles per hour. Left lane 12:24, 106.85 miles per hour. It's our next pair. Head to the starting line, Kevin Zaskowski, 69 Chevrolet. In the left-hand lane, taking on Blaine Zaskowski, the 16-year-old of the 85 Ford Mustang out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. So the Zasko boys on the line here. Kevin Zaskowski left lane, Blaine Zaskowski in the right-hand lane. Stick shift Ford Mustang up against the automatic transmission 69 Camaro, and we're going to burn each other down. Nobody going to stage. Kevin finally goes in. Now Blaine bumps in. He'll bring the R's up, drop the hammer. 004 light for the 16-year-old. Finish line will be a 10:35, 128 to 11:31, 116.06 miles per hour. Here comes Brad Zaskowski driving the Pollock Chevy 2 out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Taking on Charlie Downing, Britain, Michigan, 2014 302 Varsity Ford-sponsored Mustang. Red light for Brad by 21. Charlie turned to 22 green as we run the end of the line here in the qualifier number 1 for and only for the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stockers. Brad runs 993, 132. The Ford put up a 1009 at 132 himself. So that will set the field for the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. We are getting ready to go into our box category. One and only time run should be in the stadium lanes. Here we go, the box category. Back to 8th Mile Drag Racing. Toby Croning and Nick Serra, Warren, Michigan Camaro come up in the right-hand lane. He's been the quickest door car in this class all weekend long. And Toby with the S10 in the left-hand lane out of Lowell, Michigan. Well, Nick gave Toby a head start here. Left lane, 609, 910 to a 488, 144 miles per hour. Not sure what was happening with the Camaro on the starting line there. Don Deitch and Andy Wingo. Andy in right lane, the Fiero out of Gaylord, Michigan. Don in left lane, Rosebush, Michigan, backing up his dragster. Attention to pits, Super Gas. Super Gas for your one and only qualifying round to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6. A red light for Andy by 003, green light for Don by 58. Don runs a 505, 136 to a 539 at 130 miles per hour. Carly Duffy backing up in left-hand lane, Amherstburg, Ontario. Dragster S&W car, and Mike Kozlik from Grand Rapids, Michigan, driving his S10 pickup truck. The motor stateside. The Duffy girls had a pretty good day. Turned on a bunch of wind lights out here yesterday. An 018 and an 017 reaction time. Carly runs 489.5, 141. The truck with a 628, 109.86 miles per hour. Rob Lutzke Kent City, Michigan, American Car, and John Erskine, 69 Chevy, Freeland, Michigan, FTI lane. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. A 10 for John in the Camaro. Rob's 27 green. At 492, 141 to 625, 109.52 miles per hour. Jimmy Johnson, Lansing, Michigan, the Belvedere in the right-hand lane. I thank Jimmy over the PA system here for the barbecued ribs last night. Taking on Joe Samalik, Beaverton, Michigan. Advanced Auto Parts sponsored wheel standing small block Chevy powered Gia. A 006 for Jimmy in the Mopar. He will run a 591. The Gia with a 565, 121 after an 029 reaction time. Evan Davis going to race Randy Whitaker. Evan of the dragster over there in the left lane, Charlotte, Michigan. Randy with a Gen 1 Dodge Daytona out of St. John's, Michigan. He was the winner out here on Friday night. A red light for the dragster by 12, an 030 green light for Randy Whitaker. Left lane 5 flat with a 5, 137 to a 660, 103.85. Chelsea Duffy, the teacher from Amherstburg, Ontario, with the dragster in the left-hand lane. And Mike Nietzsche, Camaro Roadster, DeWitt, Michigan. Door Slammer Chassis Fab. Concession stand and the fuel building are open this morning. You need something to eat or drink, or your race hot rod needs a little fuel. Run over there and get that at the fuel building behind the second set of bleachers. Chelsea and Mike head up to the starting line here for their time run. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires an 036 to an 040 reaction time. Chelsea left lane with 479, 144 miles per hour to a 547, 126. Kyle Yacko and Steve Smith. Smith in the left-hand lane, Shelby Township, Michigan. Dragster with the Insurance Man sponsorship on the side of it. And Kyle Yacko, last night's winner in this class, the Dodge Daytona out of Trenton, Michigan. We have called Super Gas. Super Gas out there, lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6 for your qualifying round. An 010 for Kyle, 033 for Steve. Steve runs 468, 147, and a 669.9, a 101 in the right lane. Austin Bennett going to race Lane Ledford here in this time run. Lane the dragster right-hand lane, Grand Ledge, Michigan. Austin in the Chevy Nova out of Team Bennett, Greenville, Michigan, FTI lane. Dragster right lane with a 469, 146 miles per hour. Left lane 643, 105.78 miles per hour. The Brown Boys Racing Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Vance Brown, FTI lane. And Keith Elsel from Lake City, Michigan, right-hand lane, the 67 Chevy Nova. Vance with a 006 reaction time, and he will run 561 under 23 miles per hour to 585, 119 miles per hour for Keith Elsel. Keith with a 42 reaction time. Bob Miller, dragster out of Ohio, taking on Dave Mullins, pickup truck left lane. Bob Miller with a 009 reaction time and a 571. Dave turned on the red light by 6 thousandths right there. Dave Burkhart coming up with a Chevrolet Camaro. Ypsilanti, Michigan, taking on the Bennett family Chevy 2. Jared Bennett, Comstock Park, Michigan. Jared with a red light star. Dave 21 green and 648, 104 miles per hour to 648 as well for the Chevy 2 at 104.35 miles per hour. Here comes the McCurry. Oldsmobile left lane. Tyler McCurry taking on James Vanderbrook, the Chevelle from Fife Lake. .034, .035 for reaction times here. The Chevelle out in front with a 611, 112 to a 628, 107 mile per hour run. Bill Smith driving Nate Alexander's Chevy Vagon right-hand lane, and Ken Hansen, the Impala left lane from Crystal. Bill with a little trouble. I hope it don't take off because you're looking out the side window here. I'm guessing a little delay box malfunction there for Bill Smith. Left lane 844, 79 miles per hour for Ken Hansen. Benedetti racing dragster. Coming up, Anthony Benedetti on a Romulus undercover car in the FTI lane. Mark Daniels IROC Z Chevy Camaro right side. Mark goes in, now Anthony's in. As we get down to the end of the line here in our box category time run session, Daniels with a nice 006 reaction time with his Camaro and a 6:07 under 15. Anthony went 5:39. Paul Wolf, Matt Gramlich. Backing up from their burnouts, Matt, Monroe, Michigan, Paul, Olivet, Michigan. Two former champions of this category. Matt with a better reaction time in 0:10 in the left lane. He runs 4:76, 1:45 to a 5-second flat at 1:36 for Paul. Jeff Burtis' wheel standing Chevy Malibu wagon. They make a run in the right-hand lane, taking on Jim Hamilton's supercharged Chevy dragster. Back it up in the left-hand lane. An 0:23 for Jim in the dragster, and he runs 4:49.0, under 55 to a 5:71 at 1:19 in the right-hand lane. Hamilton Impala coming up this time in the right-hand lane, taking on Jared Ledford with a Chevrolet Camaro left lane. I think this may be our final pair. With that being said, we are going to call double entered no boxers for round one of eliminations. Double entered no boxers. If you have two entries in the no box category here on Sunday, lanes 7 and 8, please, to the front of the line before we give everybody else a call. So if you're double entered on the no box side, lanes 7 and 8. Jared with a 009 reaction time in the Camaro, and he runs 6:23, 109, 7:16 for the Impala at 96.86 miles per hour. We're getting ready to go into the qualifying round for our 990 Super Gassers. So once again, we have called the double entered no boxers, lane 7 and 8. If you're carrying two entries today on Sunday for the two grander and no box, we will take you to the lane 7 and 8 to the front of the line. You got about a 2-minute head start here. And here we go. Pat DeBottis, last night's champion of this category, coming out first. Dakota in the left-hand lane, Howell, Michigan, taking on Rock Haas. Haas and Carruthers Davis Vet Roadster. 990. The goal here during the qualifying round. They will qualify by elapsed time closest to 990. Put you at the top of the list here in qualifying. Again, DeBottis won $5,000 with the Dakota, the Mopar left lane last night. A 003 for Rock Haas, a 12 green for Pat DeBottis. Finish line, it'll be a 989.1 and a 988.6. So both drivers trying to get the 90 there, and both of them did not succeed. A little bit too quick. Dave Kopsvik coming up in the River Pools Oldsmobile Kellis in the left-hand lane. He was the runner-up last night in the main event. Taking on Pat Martin, London, Ohio, roadster in right lane. Finish line, Pat Martin 988, 168, and Dave Kopsick runs a 999, which is the only driver to run slower than the 990 index, so that 999 is our number one qualifier right now. Kenny Simpson, left-hand lane, Chevy Nova, taking on Steve Theodore, the Chevrolet Corvette. A red light for Kenny Simpson, a 17 green for Steve in the Corvette Roadster. Finish line 995, so that'll be the new number one. 998 for Simpson in the left lane. Steve Mikus on the left side, taking on Deacon Kalish, 2015 Challenger Roadster up against the Nova. Down the finish line here, Mikus out in front. He'll run a 991. Both drivers put a 91 on the board. See, Mikus goes to number one, 991.4 to a 991.8 for the Challenger Roadster. Paul Brown going to race Sam Patrick. Sam going back to the burn box here. Burning money, 37 coupe. Winner out here Friday night. Taking on Paul Brown with the Roadster right lane. Paul up here waiting patiently. So Paul Brown going to make a single here, the Cass City Roadster. Trouble for Sam Patrick there. .23 reaction time for Paul Brown. And nobody run 990 yet. He'll run a 94 at 157. Steve Fields and Tom Diamond. Tom in the Roadster, Steve in the Firebird. Tom and Steve, finish line. It'll be a 994 to a 996. Steve a little closer. Paul Richardson and Dave Goins. Dave in the left-hand lane, the Roadster at New Hudson, Michigan. Woodburn, Indiana for Paul Richardson. Attention to pits, no box, no box. The lanes are now open for all of no box for round one of eliminations. No box, round one. The Sunday 2 Grander, no box, lanes are open. Red light, green light here. Paul with a 23 green, Dave with a 22 red. Down the finish line, it'll be a 994 to a 996. Leo Zinda, Clinton Township Cavalier. Maybe our final car. He is our final car. Looking to beat a 991.4 that Steve Mikus laid down. Attention to pits, the Great Lakes Sock and Super Sock Association Racers. There's going to be a drivers meeting at Brad Zaskowski's trailer at 11:30. Leo with an 0:32 reaction time. Once again, trying to beat a 991.4 here to go to number one. Scoreboard reads 986.7. A little too quick, 174. So we have our no box category round number one in the staging lanes, doing a little track prep work right now before we start that category. Concession stands open. Need some hand dipped ice cream for lunch, or some Pepsi Cola, maybe hot dog, chicken strips available, French fries. Concession stand behind the bleachers. Also, Mid-Michigan Motorplex Souvenir Building open. Check out the 2025 Motorplex t-shirts, sweatshirts, and hats that are available in the souvenir building. We're just a few moments away from going with round number one of eliminations. While it's quiet, I want to thank each and every one of you for attending the Rockin' Super Shootout and Moneymaker weekend here in the Motorplex and Great Lakes Sock and Super Sockers events 3 and 4. Appreciate you very much. Everybody obviously heading home this afternoon. Safe travels. And thanks for choosing the Mid-Michigan Motorplex this weekend. All right, we are getting ready to go with round number one. Before we bring them out of the stadium lanes, we ask that you please rise for the playing of our national anthem. All right, here we go. The final day, Moneymaker Weekend, $2,000 still up for grabs here with our no box category, and they are coming out of the city lanes for round number 1. And here we go. Brian Malasik, Kelly Smith going to lead him out of the city lanes. The pickup truck got a white cloud right hand lane at a Dale 631. Brian with that Dodge Dart Sport, Saginaw, Michigan. Dialed in at 597. What a race to start this event here on Sunday. Finish line, left lane, the winner, Brian Belasik's 005 and 100th over. Kelly Smith is 000 perfect and 300ths over for runner-up on that pair. Bill Wilson going to race Tim Flynn. Barracuda left lane down into 639, and Bill the Chevelle down 588. Finish line here, winner going left-hand lane, Tim Flynn, 021 reaction time and 300ths over the dial-in. Bill with the Chevelle, 064 and 100th over for runner-up on that pair. Andrew Heinig in Vega, right-hand lane, down 605. Mark Hancock's Mustang down 645. And a red light for Andrew, in light Mark Hancock. Mark is 018 green and runs a 2 over 647. Andrew's dead on the dial-in but had a 14 red light. Andrew Hines coming up right-hand lane. The wagon down 724, and Chris Messberg and Chevy 2. Left lane down 730. These two will look at each other from A to B here. Side by side, 724 and 730 dial-ins. Here we go, Ken Hansen and Dan Gorby on the start line. Dan with the Camaro in the right-hand lane, down 626. Left lane will be Ken Hansen. Down to 843 and a good one here in round number 1. Down the finish line, Winlight going left-hand lane. Kenny Hansen, 027, dead on with a 0. Dan is 029 and 100th over the dial, and in a good drag race right there. Russ Thompson, the Firebird, Dell 723, and Toby Croning with a 609. Toby with a 609, Russ with a 723 here in round number 1. Too close to call on reaction times, only 2,000 separate them. Down the finish line, Winlight going right lane. 724 and a 723 for Russ Thompson. He will take that entry to the next round. Heinz Haller, Brad Talbot. Heinz continues. Oh, Heinz Haller. Heinz has raced the who's who of no box racing every time down the track this weekend. He'll be in the left-hand lane with his S10 down 632, taking on last night's $5,000 winner, Brad Talbot in the Camaro down 617. A red light by wow. Heinz is 000 perfect in his truck, and he runs a 633 on a 632. Heinz Haller, trip, zip, perfect. Right lane, a red light there for Brad Talbot by 001. So here we go. Aiden Lotsky and Brad Bird. The Camaro's going to run 657 dial in the left-hand lane. Brad's on a 567 dial in the right lane. A red light by 049 for Brad. A win light for Aiden. He was 019 green and runs a 657 on a 657 dial in. The Jeep coming up in right-hand lane. Neil Swain down 571. John Botka's Camaro left lane down 635. Neil's in, waiting on the Camaro. Now the Camaro's in. Here we go. Tree fires. Green lights a pair. 3,000 separate him. An 018 to an 021. Win light going. Jeep 018 in one over the dial in. Beats an 021 one over the dial in. Margin of victory down there. 1,000th of a second for the Jeep. Warren Smith going to race Ron Smith. Ron Toledo, Ohio Chevy 2 down 693. Warren Temperance, Michigan Mustang down 618. No relation here. Ron from Ohio. Warren out of Temperance, Michigan. We've got a few Smiths in competition, and here's two of them. Warren left way early there. Right lane a win. 694 and 693. Not sure what happened to Warren Smith there. He is way, way early. The Vega coming up in right lane. Paul Wolf, L 599. Taking on Paul Adamitis in the left lane, 633. Both drivers in. Here we go. Paul Adamitis and Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf with the red light by 10. Paul Adamitis with a 004 green light and runs 300s over the dial in. He will go to round 2. Mopar coming up in the left-hand lane. Going to race on the snowmobile in the right-hand lane. The Arctic Cat right hand lane going to be down 605. The Duster left hand lane down 698. The snowmobile going to get a win light here in round number 1. If he don't break out, he does. 615 on a 605. Trouble for the Mopar over there. Sound like the car would not go into gear number 2. Tom Artigas Jr. and Jeff Pitts going to run. Jeff left lane, down 595 with his Camaro. Tom of the Dakota truck down 649. Artigas and Pitts. Finish line, it'll be Tom Artigas, 018 reaction time, 2 over the dial in for the win, 034 and 2 over the dial in the left-hand lane for Pitts. Will Steckley going to race Rick Mathis. Steckley been runner-up in both events so far this weekend. He runner-up Friday night in the 2,000 to win race. He runner-up last night in the $5,000 to win race. Here dial 567. Taking on Rick Mathis's T-Bucket Roadster, dialed 530. Green lights a pair and 4th out separate them. Anybody's race down the finish line. Win light going left lane. 568 on a 567 with a 36 reaction time. Will Steckley advances. The Roadster was 032, then 400s over the dial in. Andy Wingo and Mark Pressey. Quick Temper Racing Dodge in left lane down 654. The Fiero on a 539 dial in. Both drivers in, they're both out, and they're both green, and one of them's 000 perfect. Finish line, it'll be the Fiero. 000 reaction time and 4 with the dial in. Andy Wingo with a win there. It appears as if everything's slowing down just a little bit. I don't think we've had a breakout this round. Mark Martinez left lane, the Chevy 2. 63 Chevy 2's a pair here. Mark left lane down 604. Dennis O'Connor, his Chevy 2, right lane 597. Both out in green lights. Finish line here, winner going O'Connor by 0.06 of a second. 598 on a 597. His light was 0.54. Mark just missed it. Joe Stowe and Keith Grubaugh. Now the Chevelles are going to race. 68 Chevrolet Chevelle left lane down 649. 69 Chevelle right lane down 664. Eight-mile finish line, win light going right-hand lane. Keith Grubaugh, 0.23 and 400ths over. Beats an 0.84 and 300ths over. John Halteman going to race Rich Perdue. Rich in the left lane down 643. John in the right lane down 593 with his Nova. A red light for Rich, a green light for Halteman. So Halteman going to get a free run on the 593, and same deal. He's 200ths over flat out, 595 on a 593. Rich nailed the dial in, but he turned on the red light. Travis Neiman going to race David Mullins. David in the truck down 610. Travis in the Chevy 2 down 633. Down the finish line here, win light going left-hand lane for Mullins, a 617 on a 610. He had a much better reaction time, helped him get the win light right there. Chris Ross, Camaro 603. Wade Humphreys, Daytona Del 776. Left-hand lane a 605 for Chris Roth. A 008 reaction time, 2 over for the win. Wade is a 10th over the dial-in and had a 48 red light. Clint Bailey going to race Jason Mikula. Chevy 2 will be on a 599, 636 for the Mopar right lane. Jason Mikula, Clint Bailey here in round number 1. Down the finish line, give it to Jason Mikula. 6:01 on a 599 with a 58 reaction time. Clint went dead on the dial-in with the Mopar in the right side, but had a 103 reaction time. John Van Haren going to race Jason Jenkins. Coleman, Michigan, Ford Mustang down 719. Together again, Pontiac, 598 dial-in. A red light for the right-hand lane, Van Haren by 28. Jenkins is 001 green in the Ford and runs a 720 on a 719 dial in. Preston Bailey going to race Dustin Loynes. Dustin left lane, the Firebird with a 588. Preston right-hand lane, the Dodge Dart out 741. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Comp, round 1 of eliminations to the stadium lanes, please. Super Comp, lanes 3 and 4 for round 1 of eliminations, please. Dustin Loynes and Preston Bailey. Dustin in total control here as he is at the finish line running 597 and 588. Rail lane Preston went a little bit off the dial limit. The car kind of stumbled when he stomped down on the loud pedal there in right hand lane. Kind of did a little burpee on him and it cost him a 240 reaction time. Pat Knight, the Dodge Dart out of Bad Axe, Michigan, 632. Brian Kuda, the Maverick Dale, 661. A red light by 001 for Pat Nye. Wingo and Brian Kuda in a 662 and a 661 dial in. Al McChesney's Plymouth coming up right lane down 631. He's going to race Jason Hicks Oldsmobile dialed in at 688. Once again, we're looking for Super Comp to the stadium lanes for round 1 of eliminations. Super Comp to the stadium lanes, please. Green lights a pair here, an 018 to a 008 reaction time. Win light going, McChesney. 008, dead 6. 14 total for Al McChesney. Jason Hicks was 018 and could not win that round. Lou Robertson going to race Kevin Huntley. Lou left lane down 576. Kevin on a 585 dial in. Both out on green lights here. Lou in the truck, Kevin in the dart. Finish line winner, Kevin in the dart. 589 on a 585. Kevin Huntley with a 006 reaction time. Scott Wright, Kyle Yacko. There's 2 drivers that got their pictures taken at the end of the night last night. Scott was the winner in the Great Lakes Sock and Super Sock Association event. He's here dialed 609. Kyle won the top ET class, dialed 670 here. It'll be a red light for Kyle Yacko. Scott Wright with a win here in round number 1 on the 609. The Super Stocker runs a 611 at 111 miles per hour. Look at Yacko. He went dead 0. 6700, but turned on the red light. Jeff Alexander going to race Ron Hagar. 79 Oldsmobile Starfire dialed in at 835. And Jeff's Monza will be dialed 603. Good race here. Ron Hagar, Jeff Alexander. Finish line winner, Jeff. 0:17 and 2 over. Beats an 0:22 and 2 over the dial in. Jeff Alexander getting the win light right there. Mike Stokes going to race Jaden Durst. Jaden in the truck down 650. Mike with a Challenger down at 536. Both drivers in. Here we go. Jaden Durst, Mike Stokes. Jaden's green. Stokes is green. Finish line winner, Durst. 0:24. 100th over the dial in. Mike was 200ths over the dial in with an 0:57. Jaden Durst with a win light on that one. Mark Daniels going to race Josh Chittenden. Mustang 627. Camaro 607. Both drivers out green. We got a 000 one more time here, and it'll be left lane. Mark Daniels, 000 perfect, and 2 over the dial-in. Josh Chittenden was 0:19 and 100th over. Not good enough that time. Chuck Reynolds and Tim Flynn. Tim in the left lane down 641. Chuck in the right lane. The truck down 677. A red light for Reynolds in the truck. Tim with the win. He runs dead on 641 on a 641. He will go to the next round. Tyler McCurry, or I think Doug McCurry, right lane, Westland, Michigan, Oldsmobile, taking on Mark Hancock. 647 for the Ford, the Oldsmobile on a 630. A red light for McCurry. Mark Hancock. Hancock was, he was probably going to win that one anyway. 009 dead, 413 total for Hancock in the left-hand lane. Scott Kiefer and Randy Martin. Randy the left lane down 669. Scott with a 55 Chevrolet down 597. Both drivers out on green lights here. Randy Martin holding the advantage. It is Scott Kiefer getting the win. 053, 3 over the dial-in. 013 for Martin on the let-go, but then he went in 10th over his dial-in with the Duster. Chris Masbergen going to race Brian Kiefer. Brian with a Malibu down 590 in the right-hand lane. 732 dial-in for the Chevy 2 of Chris Masbergen. It'll be our 005 red light for Brian Kiefer. Chris Messbergen getting a wind slip down there in round number 1, running dead on with a 0. 732, 0, and a 732. Heinz Holler, the S10 coming up the left-hand lane. Out of Britain, Michigan, down 634, taking on this extended cab truck that we have not seen all weekend. Showed up this morning with an 8 flat dial in. Heinz Holler going to finally get a fairly easy run here. An 0-12 and about a 10th over the dial in for the win. S10 coming up the right-hand lane. We think we got an orthodontist behind the wheel. Not 100% sure, but based on the rear window, somebody involved here has braces or there's some kind of meaning that we don't, is a guy that's closer to 60-year-old than 50-year-old, not understanding the mural in the right-hand lane here. 686, Brad Talbot, the Camaro left lane. Last night's $5,000 winner, dialed 621. Green light for the truck. You know what? We got a race according to reaction time here. Finish line winner, left lane Brad. 626 on a 621. Right lane about a 10th over the dial in. Ryan Lasik coming up in left-hand lane, the Dodge Yard Sport with a 598 dial in. And Joe Percy Jr.'s Mustang down 655. Working our way toward the end of the line here in round number 1 of No Box. Supercom cars should be out there in the city lanes. You will follow No Box. Tender fifth, stock, super stock. Round 1, stock, super stock. I probably missed this call. Should have been called about 10 minutes ago. So we're going to need you to kind of boogity to the lanes. Stock and super stock. Get paired up. Stock and super stock. Stock and super stock to the lanes, please. Again, the announcer may have screwed this one up. You should have been called about 10 minutes ago. But so we're going to need you to head to the lanes fairly quickly. Stock and super stock. Get the air in the tires and unplug the charger and head to the lanes, please. Find your dance partner and kind of get them lined up for round 1. Bill Wilson, his opponent, is broke here. He's in the left lane, Holland, Ohio, 68 Chevrolet Chevelle, so he's going to get a free run down the track here. Negative 008, that won't matter. He will run a 591 at 116. He'll be back in round number 2. Ken Obersack coming up, Whitmore Lake, Michigan, S10, down 620, taking on Ken Hansen, left lane. The Impala down in 843. Ken Hansen and Ken Obersad down the finish line. It is Ken Obersad with the S10 with a 622 on a 620 dial-in. He will get the win. Tim Stout and Ron Smith going to run here. Ron, the left-hand lane down 695, and Tim right lane 678. So once again, Great Lake stock and super stock. Great Lake stock and super stock to the lanes, please. Ron Smith, Tim Stout. Ron holding the advantage on reaction time here. They hit the finish line. It'll be Ron 021, dead on with a 3. Tim is a little bit late and a little bit over the dial in there. Andrew Ryan's back around right-hand lane. The wagon down 724, and Kelly Smith The SN truck down 634. Once again, Gray Lake stock and super stock. Gray Lake stock, super stock to the lanes. Good race here. They're separated by a couple of hundredths of a second. Down the finish line, win light going, truck. Kelly Smith was 004 and one over the dial in. Andrews 25 and can't win that one, and he went dead on with a 4. Heinig Racing Chevrolet Vega and Ray Lane and Russ Thompson 724 to a 605. Once again, the Gray Lake stock and super stock. Gray Lake stock and super stock, we need you. Big head start to the Pontiac, and Heinig could not wait. A red light by 002. Left lane, a win, a 726 on a 724 dial-in. Russ Thompson will advance with that entry as well. Warren Smith going to race Jeff Hierman. Jeff with a Duster down 629. Warren with a Mustang down 619. Both out on green lights, a little more than a 100th advantage to Warren Smith here. Win light going right lane. Warren, the win light came on a double breakout. He's 6 thou under. Left lane about 14 thou under the dial-in. A pretty good race here. 008 margin of victory for Warren Smith. We're getting ready to go with Super Comp. So once again, stock, super stock. If you get a partner up there, please pull them on up forward. We're getting ready to go into round number 1 of the Super Comp category, quarter mile 890 competition. $2,500 to win this class in the final day of the Rockin Super Shootout weekend. And here we go. Daniel Hedges going to race Steve Fields. Steve in the right-hand lane, Carlton, Michigan dragster, and Daniel in the left lane, Plainwell, Michigan dragster. Round 1 Super Comp. Both drivers in, opening pair of Super Comp. We got a red light. Dan Hedges turned on the red light. Steve Fields with a free run here. Trying to put up an 890. 896. 172 after 28 light. He needed that one. Steve Bueller and Pat DeBottis going to run here in a battle of NHRA Division III All-Stars. Bueller the champion in the right-hand lane. Freeport, Michigan. McElvain car backing up. Pat DeBottis to the left-hand lane. Howell, Michigan was runner-up in the $5,000 shootout yesterday. Both drivers in. Here we go. They're both out and they're both green. Finish line, win light going for the left-hand lane. Pat DeBottis pulled the rabbit out of his hat down there as Bueller had him by more than 200s on React. And Bueller went down there, went a 97. And that let Pat DeBatis sneak in there with a 93 and get the win light. Rockhouse going to race Chris Fields. Rock in the right-hand lane. Chris in the left-hand lane. Haas and Carruthers McIlvain car. Taking on the Carleton, Michigan Advanced Chassis Dragster for Chris Fields. In stock and super stock, it looks like they are all over the place back in the back of the lanes. If you find your partner, help us out and pull on up in line, and we'll try to keep the program rolling the best we can here. A red light for Rock Haas by 006. Fields in the left lane was 7 green. And an 893. Of course, Rock runs an 890 after the red light start. But Fields will get the win slip down there at the ET Shack. Scott Mackey, Dean McIlvain. Dean backing up in the right-hand lane, New Carlisle, Ohio. Scott Mackey in the left-hand lane at Fort Myers, Florida. Both drivers in, green lights a pair, and only 2 thou separate them. This is the best run of the round so far. Mackey and McIlvain. Finish line, give it to McIlvain. Margin of victory is the numbers that stick out in this one. Dean McIlvain by 0002 takes the stripe and will advance 019 and a 92. Beats an 017 and a 93. Pat Martin and Rob Goins next. Pat in the right-hand lane, American Dragster out of London, Ohio. And Rob Goins left lane, Orlando, Florida, American car. Our final pair here of the round. Green lights a pair here, and it'll be Pat Martin in charge as they head down to the quarter-mile finish line. It will be a win light for Pat. He took a 100 stripe and had a 008 light. That made the win light pop on down there. Leo Zinda, the #1 qualifier, getting the bye run here in round number 1. Our final Super Comp car, and I want to publicly thank the stock and super stock racers, as that's got to be the fastest they've ever been called to the lanes, paired up and shot to the front. Phenomenal job. We won't have much downtime here at all. Try to be a little quicker on the call here for round 2, but thank you, thank you, thank you. They have matched themselves up, and they are ready to roll out there. So Leo was the #1 qualifier here, the final Super Comp car. He went at 890 with a 3 in the right lane on his only qualifying run. He'll put it over there on the left side, has an 11 reaction time, and runs an 890 with a 2. We don't ever see a favorite or tell you who might be a favorite or who's ahead of everybody else, but back-to-back runs within a 1,000th could make Leo Zinda the guy to beat out there in Super Comp today. So I believe Michael Lyons is going to take a shot here before we go into our super stock class. But it may not fire now, I'm being told. Nope, and there go the gloves flying. So we will go into stock and super stock round number 1 of eliminations. So here they come, round number one of the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. Buybacks going on to the bottom of the tower on the pit side. If you want to get back in, you went out in round number one. Still plenty early enough in the day. Get yourself back into competition as we go into round one of the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. John Nekaporchik and come up first. Grosse Isle, Michigan Copo car. Going to race Jim Kakel's Oldsmobile. 1093 and 956er dial-ins here in round number one. Both drivers in stage, and here we go. Tree fires, green light, green light. John Nekaporchik leads the reaction time race here. As they head to the finish line, it'll go left lane. 0.24 and 100th over the dial and good win. Jim Kakel was 52, mathematically out of that one. Mike Sheehan and George Wright, stick shift Ford Mustang, down 1020 in the left lane. Mike Sheehan's Langsburg, Michigan Stocker in the right lane, down 1195. Stick shift Ford left way early here. He's going to pass by the 8th mile, Mike Sheehan. Big red light start. Right lane 1195 and 1195 with a 15 light. George Wright wasn't winning that one in no way, no how. Scott Bartlett and Patrick Downing, the varsity Ford Cobra Jet left lane, 1069. Scott Bartlett at Oldsmobile Delta 88, 1204. Down the quarter-mile finish line here, it will be a win light for the right-hand lane. Scott Bartlett, 12:08 on a 12:04. Patrick Downey is a little closer to the dial-in, but he was behind on react there. Rick Jacob and Steve Tuchelski, the stick-shift Stocker in the left lane, Dal 1064, taking on Rick Jacobs Belvedere, Dal 1045. Both drivers out with green light starts. The stick shift Chevy 2 has a little better reaction time here. Win light going. Right lane, got it. Rick Jacob got it. By 0.03 of a second at the stripe, maybe Tuchelski messed up the finish line down there. He's 1800ths over the dial-in, giving it back 003. Paul Racer Brown and Vance Cummins going to race next. Just throwing a little of that liquid rosin back down the start line. Vance will be in the left lane, Grand Rapids, Michigan. 68 Dodge Dart, Rod Shop Dodge. E-Stock automatic car taking a Paul Racer Brown, 68 Barracuda. The Nostalgia Super Stocker out of Cass City, Michigan. 10:09 to an 11:20 dial-in. Attention to the pits, we'll take our box category. Our box category, top ET, lanes 3 and 4 for round one of eliminations, please. Top ET, lanes 3 and 4 for round one of eliminations, please. Both drivers out in green lights here. The slight advantage went to Vance Cummins to the finish line. The win light going to go to Vance Cummins. 11:23 and 11:20. Matt Hewitt, Doles Achieva, coming to left lane, Dale 986, and Mike Delahanty, the 64 Plymouth in right hand lane, Dale down at 8:10:10. We have called the box class, lanes 3 and 4 for round 1 of eliminations. Box / top ET. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Good one here in round number 1 between Matt Hewitt and Mike Delahanty. The Plymouth and the Oldsmobile Achieva matched up. Oldsmobile's in. Now the Mopar's in. Here we go. Tree fires, wheels up, and a red light start for Mike Delahanty. Hewitt was 26 green with his Oldsmobile. Mike just clicks it off, saves it for another run. Hewitt will run 998. He shuts it down a little bit early down there. Al Wisniewski here is, I'm pretty sure, the quickest car in the class. 883 dial in for the Sunfire to the right-hand lane. Paul Carr's Camaro left-hand lane out of Highland, Michigan. The Checkmate Chevy dialed in at 10:05. Al's car just almost seemed like it was in the wrong gear or something going on. It just don't break out in the left lane. 10:06. Wow. Paul Carr is 0:30 and 100th over, and Al just passed the 8th mile mark. But he let go of the button, and nothing was really happening. The motor was singing. The tires weren't going at the exact speed that he wanted them to be going. 44 miles per hour through the finish line for Al there. Jimmy Ronzello and Chris Heminger. Chris in right lane, the Oldsmobile Cutlass out of Williamson, Michigan, down 11:43. Jimmy with that Ford Mustang, Carleton, Michigan, 302 stick shift car. On a 9:33. Mentioned this earlier when this car came up, and this car just flat works. This Ford Mustang in the left-hand lane. High winding, small block Ford Mustang. Stick shift. So it'll be a big head start here for the Oldsmobile Chris Heminger. Chris is out of the gate. He's green. Here comes Ronzello. Down the finish line, the Ford Mustang chasing the Oldsmobile. Give it to the Oldsmobile. Chris Heminger, 007 reaction time and an 11:46 run. Chris with a near perfect light here in round number 1 helped him get the win. Well, of all matchups here in round number 1, Zach Running and Randy Running are going to run here in the first round. Zach in the right lane, down 950. Randy in the left-hand lane, the Oldsmobile Achieva, down 940. Father-son matchup here in round number 1. Super Sleepers. Down the finish line here, win light going for Zach. 0:11 reaction time and 9:55 on a 9:50. Zach Running will move to round number 2. McCormick Motorsport Truck, the Dakota. Steven Ziarni out of Leonard, Michigan, Del 1209. Works at the Copel Build Center down there, and taking on Rich Purdue's Camaro out of Bay City, Michigan, down then at 10:17. Red light for the pickup truck by 004. Rich Purdue's 13 green on his let go. And he will run a 10-17 on a 10-17. So once again, 15 total for Rich Purdue. Steven, you weren't going to win that one anyway. You had a red light. Mike Lagos, 68 CUDA right lane. The Stalker down 1179. Taking on the AFX car, 64 Plymouth Belvedere. Doug Wright, Waterford, Michigan, down 913. It's got a big head start here going to the Mopar in the right lane. Doug in the left lane is large and in charge here. Big reaction advantage. Brake lights, wind light, 915. So Mike Lagos went 1700ths under the dial to make it close down there. But it is Doug Wright with a win with an 049.2 over win. Again, just a little bit of the liquid resin going down to the starting line. Before we go to our next pair, Randy Martin and Brett Sauerbaugh. Randy left lane, the Duster out of Belleville, Michigan with a 1070 dial-in, and Brett, 67 Chevy Corvette. Went to the finals last night. He's dialed a 1004 right here. .1070 to a 1004 here in round number one. Randy Martin and Brett Sauerbaugh. Red light, green light. Corvette's going to round two. Randy went 14 red in the left-hand lane. Brett Sauerbaugh in the 1004 runs a 1009 at 133 miles per hour. He'll be in round number two. Mike Warren and Kyle Geltema. Here's a race. 15-14 the dial-in for the 69 Camaro in the right-hand lane. Kyle Geltema's Thunderbird will be on a 977 dial-in, so over 5 seconds head start going to the 69 Camaro. Holy moly, did Kyle Geltema set on that two-step for a long time. He's going to be the winner because of the red light, but holy smokes, 982, 136. Todd Lochner, Midland, Michigan, Copo car to the 975 in our right-hand lane. In Charlie Downing's Mustang, left side dial 1013. About 100th advantage here to the Mustang. The Camaro chasing and gets a win. Mustang, couple hundredths under the dial in, 10-11 on a 10-13. Handed it over to the Camaro, which went 978 on a 975 dial in. Craig Sauerbaugh and Chris Roth. VCR Racing Trans Am dial 1083 up against the West Michigan Auto Body Chevy 2, dial 1110. Sauerbaugh's in and stays. Now Chris Roth is ready. Here we go. Red light. A red light for Craig in the Chevy 2. Wind light going left-hand lane for Chris Roth. 1083 dial in. He runs dead on with a 9. 1083 and a 1083. Chris Lozon going to race Jessica Comer. The Oldsmobile dial 1222. The Achieva dial 987. Both out on a clean green starts here. Jessica with a perfect reaction time, and then Oldsmobile in the right lane. And she will turn on the wind light. 000 perfect reaction time in 300s over the dial-in. Chris Lozon was 0.32 and 2 over for runner-up on that pair. Scott Klingler and Blaine Zaskowski next. Blaine in left-hand lane, the Ford Mustang out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. He's going to dial 1040. Scott Klingler, Copo car in right-hand lane out of Ortonville, Michigan. He's going to dial 1032. Our eyes on the Camaro in the right-hand lane as we've seen him struggle with traction here for a couple of days. Not one specific run. Happened yesterday, then it happened again on the qualifying run this morning. Not 100% sure if that's a different set of Hoosiers bolted on the back, but maybe. Taking on the 16-year-old kid in the Mustang. Here we go. Well, Klingler going to be the winner. A 006 red light for the kid in the Mustang. And it looked like a much better launch for the Copo car. And runs 10:38, a 1:29. He'll be back around for round number 2. Dave and Ben Wenzel's Chevy Camaro. Ben Wenzel sitting behind the wheel. Freeland, Michigan, 67 Chevrolet, dial 1044. And Scott Wright, last night's winner in the Plymouth right lane, dialed in at 965. Here we go. Tree Flyers are both out and they're both green. Ben holds the advantage with a stick shift Camaro. Scott got some work to do here to get the wind light to come on down there. Wind light going. Right lane, he did it. 0.52 and 100th over the dial-in. Ben Wenzel was 0.30, then 500ths over the dial-in. So Scott Wright advances. Brad Zaskowski and Kevin Zaskowski on the starting line. The 69 Camaro left lane with 11:34. Going to get the big head start from Brad Chevy 2. Dialed in at 997. Our final pair here in round number 1. Here we go. Both drivers in. Green light, green light. And only 3 thousandths separate them. Down to the finish line, it will go left lane. Brad got there first and went 15th out under, running 995 and a 997. Kevin Zaskowski, 200ths over the dial-in. He will advance to round number 2 with the Camaro. And we are going right into round number 1 of the box class. They are coming out of the staging lanes. We will take first call Super Gas, round number 1. First call Super Gas for first round eliminations. First call for Super Gas. Toby Croning and Andy Wingo going to be our opening pair. Andy in the right-hand lane, LaFiero. He's going to dial 540. And Toby with a truck in the left lane. Yes, 10 out of Lowell, Michigan. Going to dial a 611. I want to remind you the concession stand's open. You need something to eat or drink. Concession's open. Buybacks going on. Bottom of the tower on the pit side. Tree Flyers and a red light for Andy. Toby with a 009 green light in the truck and lays down a 612 on a 611. He will go to the next round. Lane Ledford going to race Evan Davis. Evan in the left lane. Charlotte, Michigan, Dale 5 flat. Taking Lane Ledford, right lane. Grand Ledge, Michigan, Dale 471. Opening round of top ET. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires. Green lights a pair. Evan Davis holding the advantage in the left lane. Finish line winner. Right lane. Lane Ledford. 020 and 100th over. Beats a 006 and 3 over. Don Deach and Rob Lutzke going to run. Rob in the right-hand lane. The American Cardell 488. And Don in the left lane. The S&W Cardell 501. Win light here in the left-hand lane for Don Deach, 027 and 3 over the dial-in. Right lane, 047 and 700ths over the dial-in for Rob Lutzke. Randy Whitaker and Carly Duffy. Carly left lane down 489. Randy right lane down 661. Carly Duffy and Randy Whitaker here in round number 1. Randy, Friday night winner out here. He's out on a green light. Carly's out on a green light. 4,000 separate them. Win light, Carly. 023, couple hundredths over the dial-in. Whitaker got there first and went 3,000ths under his dial-in, running 660 with a 7 on a 661. Paul Wolf can race Steve Smith. Steve in the left-hand lane, down 469. Paul right lane down 5 seconds flat. Both drivers with green light starts here. It is Paul Wolf winning a double breakout. Paul was 006 reaction time and 2,000ths under the dial-in. Steve Smith was 051 and a couple hundredths under his dial-in. Austin Bennett going to race Mike Nietzsche. Mike in the Roadster 548. Austin in the Nova 645. A 005 red light for Mike. Austin's 008 green. And he runs 100th over. Mike is 100th over as well. Austin with a win light. Jared Bennett. Chevy 2 left lane down 650. Taking on Nick Serra's Camaro with a 487 dial-in. So Jared's going to get the win. Nick getting shut off right on the starting line of the transmission fluid leak. Jared with the win in the left-hand lane. Nick Sarah getting shut off, leaking on the starting line out there. Good catch by one of our workers out there, but he was leaking fluid. So a quick cleanup out here on the starting line area. We'll be back at it. Some lacquer thinner down and looks like we're ready to go back at it here. Jimmy Johnson and John Erskine. And take their shot. John in the 69 Camaro, going to dial 625. Jimmy to the Belvedere, dial 592. A red light by 10 for Johnson. John Erskine left lane. 017 green, and then 300s under the dial in. Johnson dead on the dial in. 592 on a 592, but at an 010 red light. Mike Kozlik going to race Chelsea Duffy. Chelsea in the left side, backing up with the Duffy Girls Dragster with a 478 dial in, and Mike Kozlik will be with a truck in right lane. Dialed in with a 629. So Super Gas should be in the state lane. Super Gas should be in the lanes. They will follow the Class we're running right now, box. Both drivers here in, and here we go. Green light, red light. Chelsea turned it 008 red. Mike Kozlik with a win, and he runs a 32 and a 29. He had a 27 reaction time. Bill Smith and Matt Gramlett going to run. Matt will be in the left-hand lane, drags her down 475. Bill with Nate Alexander's Vega in the right-hand lane, down in at 612. Pretty good race going here down the finish line. Give it to the right lane. 024 and 3 over. Matt is 011 and gave it back by 001 at the finish line. Mark Daniels Camaro, the 607 dial in. Joe Samalek, the Gia 567. Both drivers out with green lights here. It is Daniels holding the advantage and Daniels holding the win light. 006 and 1 over. Joe went dead on the dial in 567 on a 567, but had an 042 reaction time. David Mullins and Tyler McCurry. Tyler right lane down 630. David in the S10 down 611. Green light's a pair, win light, Mullins, dead on. 611 on a 611 with a 37 reaction time. Curry broke out and was a little bit late. James Vanderbrook, Chevelle. Dave Burkhart's Camaro, 649 for the Camaro, 610 for the Chevelle. Finish line, it'll go right-hand lane. Dave Burkhart was 025 and 9 thousandths under the dial-in. Right lane, Vanderbrook was 071 for the win on the right side. Tim Stout and Anthony Benedetti. Drag through down 538. Chevrolet S10, Carson City, Michigan, down 677. Anthony really kind of dove into the stage beam there. Let's see if that costs him. No, it didn't. He's okay. Too close to call here. Finish line, win light, right lane. 011, dead on with a 7. Left lane 017, dead on with a 2. Do the math. 1,000 of a second. Finish line for the truck. Jim Hamilton going to race Keith Helsel. Novadell 585. Jim's blower dragster Dell 449. A red light for Keith, win light Jim Hamilton, that blower car. On the 449, he'll run a 448 with a 9 with an 017 reaction time. Kyle Yacko, Trent, Michigan, Daytona. He won this class last night. He's going to dial 670, taking on the Impala in left-hand lane. Don McGarva with a 718 dial in. Well, Don is in deep trouble here. He is way behind on reaction time. Kyle Yacko with a 009 reaction time and runs a 678 on a 670. Hamilton broke out and was way late. It'll be a red light in left-hand lane for the Camaro. Jeff Burdess with a win there. 01600th over the dial-in. Their next pair back up from their burnouts. It'll be Evan Davis and Bob Miller. Bob in right-hand lane dialed 543. Evan in the left lane dialed in at 504. Win light there in left-hand lane for Evan Davis. An 058 and 2 over beats an 020 and 13 over for Bob. Left lane Vance Brown, the bye run of the round. Charlotte, Michigan. Attention to pits, double entered, no boxers. Lane 7 and 8 for round 2, double entered, no boxers. Round number 2, if you're carrying 2 entries, give you a little head start to get to the front of the line. Vance with a nice run here on the bye run, 008 reaction time, and holding 500s. 558 on a 563. He'll be back in round number 2. So once again, double entered, no boxers to the front of the line, please. Double entered, no boxers to the front of the line.
All right, Super Gas rolling up right now. This is round number 1 of Super Gas. The 990 cars getting set to head down the track. We're back to quarter mile racing once again. It's going to be Pat Martin over there. Over on the left side, out of London, Ohio, alongside Steve Theodore for Fast Loop, the 63 Corvette Roadster. Right side, again, 990, the magic number on the quarter mile, and they are off and running. Close on the front end. They're only 6 thou apart. Top end of the track, it's a 992 winner for Pat Martin. 992 won at 165. Steve Theodore was 991.5. How about this for margin of victory? 0.0005. 5 ten-thousandths of a second. Pat Martin moving on to the next round. It's going to be Rockin coming up now alongside Dave Goins. Goins out of New Hudson, Michigan. The multicolored Roadster over here on the right, and the Haas Carruthers Corvette over on the left. Again, they're close up front. 3 thou apart this time around. How about a dead 3 for Dave Goins? He was better on the reaction timer by 3, and then goes dead 3 at the top end to take the win. 990 with a 3 at 144. Rockin 993.6 and out at 166. Double enter no box to lanes 7 and 8. Double enter no box 7 and 8. All no box to the lanes. We'll take all no box cars now to the lanes. Tom Diamond looks like he's going to get the single here. As Sam Patrick not going to be able to make the call. Troubles again for Sam. He thought he might have hurt the motor when he attempted his first time run, and it looks like it's no better. Tom Diamond puffing a little smoke down there at the top end, but he'll head through 5 thou under 989.5 at 163. Nice lap for Tom Diamond, and tough break there for Sam Patrick. The burning money 37 Chevrolet is done for the weekend. So make sure everything's clean out there on the racing surface right now. Once again, we need no box. No box to the lanes, please. No box. We'll take you all to the staging lanes, please, for round number 2. No box to the lanes for round number 2. Kenny Simpson over there on the left-hand side. Simpson name kind of legendary up here in Michigan. Ken Simpson with the strip teaser. Here's Kenny Simpson, Muskegon, Michigan, the 74 Nova. He lined up on the left side. Right side, Deacon Kalish, Wakanda, Wisconsin. The open air 2015 Challenger Roadster off and running. Kalish, the bigger mile-an-hour car, comes off the stop. He's on the chase. He was in trouble off the starting line, and it shows on the top end. Kenny Simpson, 005 on the let go, and gets the win, 992. 992 at 134 with the better light. Deacon Kalish, 993, 154. And the Dodge goes back in the trailer. Leo's into the third, and Paul Richardson. Coming up now, one half of the P&R Express team. Over here on the right-hand side, you see Rose along the guard wall. Paul lining up right side. Left side, Leo's into LZ3 and his Cavalier out of Clinton Township, Michigan for the Ring and Pinion Shop. Of course, he's retired from that business, but still a big part of it. They are both green on the let go. They are actually 2 thou apart on the let go. Zinda gets it done, 1 over 991 for the win, 991 at 172. Paul Richardson, 3 off 993 at 160. Richardson was a touch better, 22 at 22 on the front end. Paul Brown and Dave Copestick coming up now. Copestick has a habit of finding himself in the final rounds here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Every time he shows up, he seems like he's staging up for the big check. Copestick out of Eaton, Indiana, right side, the 92 Cutlass, alongside the Dodge Roadster left of Paul Brown out of Cass City, Michigan. Again, 990 is the number on the scoreboard. That's what we're shooting for. Again, we're tied up front. 4th hour apart this time around. And a dead 8 for the win for Paul Brown. He was 4 behind at the starting line, goes 990 with an 8 at 149 to take the win. Dave Copestick not going to go to the money round this time around. He is out of here, 992.3 at 165. Pat DeBottis, Steve Fields line it up now. DeBottis, big winner last night in the Dakota pickup. Actually went to 2 final rounds, a winner and a runner-up. Pretty good day for Pat. Steve Fields alongside Carlton, Michigan. That is the Firebird off and running on the right. Again, we're close up front, 4th out apart. How about a pair of 995s on the scoreboard? It's going to be Pat DeBottis winning once again, 995-1 at 157. He was 21 on the tree. Steve Fields was 17, 995-8. 32 10,000ths was the margin of victory. Final car in category, your number 1 qualifier, Steve Mikas. How about that? Steve Mikas out of Ashley, Michigan, the Rally Nova. Little womp womp out there. If that was his throttle stop, it wasn't on for very long. 13 on the tree, 991.0 at 142. Might as well have a little fun with it, right? So, round 1 complete in all of our categories. That means no box. We need you back to the lanes for round number 2. If you're not there, come on down. No box. We need you now to the staging lanes.
So Michael Lyons, rear engine dragster, in the left-hand lane, and he had a little charging a battery problem out there in the staging lanes. It wouldn't fire, and I'm not so sure this car is right now, backing up. Left lane dragster will run 736 at 187 miles per hour. A pretty good run in general. A Econo dragster index, probably not phenomenal. He'll get her. So a little fresh glue going down for the entire quarter mile here. We will continue on with elimination as soon as that tractor gets back. And here we go, the start of round number 2. Chris Messbergen and Ken Hansen head up the starting line. No box class. Chris in the left-hand lane. Got a Dallas 7:32. Right lane, Ken Hansen on an 8:44. Both drivers in, here we go. Green light, green light. Chris Messbergen and Ken Hansen here. Opening pair, round number 2, no box. Down the finish line, wind light going, left lane. 7:34 and 7:32. Chris Messbergen takes out Kenny Hansen here in round number 2. Kelly Smith and Mark Hancock. Mark in the Mustang down 6:47. Kelly in the truck down 6:34. Going to be Mark Hancock with a win, 019 and 4 over the dial-in. Kelly's 058 and 2 over the dial-in. Bill Wilson, Tim Flynn, the Barracuda down 6:43. Chevrolet Chevelle Dow 590. Both drivers out on green lights here. It will be right lane. Bill Wilson, 001 reaction time, and then 4 over the dial-in for the win. Tim was a 20 reaction time and went 600ths over his dial-in. Andrew Heining in right-hand lane, down to 606, and Toby Croning left lane, 612. Good race there. Andrew with an 010 reaction time, taking 3,000 stripe. Be a couple hundredths over the dial-in. Toby's 100th over with an 016 reaction time. Andrew Hines and Heinz Haller. Hines in the left-hand lane down 634. Andrew 724 with the wagon. Down the finish line here, win light going, right lane 014 and 100th over the dial, and Andrew Hines, the Ohio wagon, gets the win there. Hines is dead on with a 1 at the end, but at an 053. Paul Adamitis, Mustang down 636, taking on last night's winner, Brad Talbot down 619. Both drivers out on green lights. Paul Adamitis and Brad Talbot down the finish line. Give it to Paul Adamitis, taking out last night's winner by 1,000 of a second finish line. 023 winning reaction time. Brad was 049 green. Russ Thompson going to race Aiden Lutsky. Aiden dialed in a 658 in the FTI lane. Motor State side 724 for the Firebird of Russ Thompson. Win light here for Aiden Lutsky. 048 reaction time and 500s over the dial-in. Russ Thompson missed the tree a little bit there with an 091. Warren Smith, Ron Smith. Here we go again. These two raced in the last round. Ron left lane dialed in at 693. Warren right lane dialed 619. A red light by 30 for Warren Smith. Ron Smith with a win. He's 54 green. Left lane is 695 on a 693. And a win for Ron Smith. Neil Swain going to race Jaden Durst. Jaden with a truck dialed in at 651. The Jeep CJ9, 572. 13 red for Jaden Durst. Neil Swain with a win. He's 0:31 reaction time and runs dead on the dial in with a 7. Neil will be in the third round. Tom Artigas Jr. and Jason Mikula. Jason left lane 6 flat. Tom right lane the Dakota Dal 6:45. So Tom actually on a 6:49 dial-in, catching the error there. Jason Mikula will be on a 6 flat dial-in. Got everything all changed up and ready to go here. A red light for Mikula. Artigas is 004 green. And he runs a 48 with a 5 and a 49. Wade Humphrey. Stonefield left-hand lane down 6:05. The Daytona 786 win light sled dead on the dial-in 6:05 on a 6:05 dial-in. Mark Pressey and Preston Bailey on the line next. Battle of Mopars. The 71 Dart in the left lane down 6:54. The 67 Dart right lane down 7:42. Red light for Preston Bailey. Win light going Mark Pressey. Jason Jenkins, 7:21 for the Ford Mustang left lane. Pat Nyes, Dodge Dart right hand lane down 6:34. Red light in the left-hand lane by 11. Pat Nye is green and going to get the win. And he runs a 35 on a 34. Brad Bird, the IROC, coming up right-hand lane with a 570 dial-in, taking on Ron Hagar. Clark Lake, Michigan, Oldsmobile Starfire, dialed 839. $8,000 separate him here. Down the finish line, win light going, right lane. 573 and a 570. Brad Bird by 0.03 of a second gets the win light. John Baca's Camaro coming up in the left lane down 635. Dan Al McChesney, the Belvedere, down in at 631. Both drivers in, tree and away down, both out on green lights, and only 6 thou separate them. Anybody's drag race. Heading down the finish line. Win line going right lane. Al McChesney, 038 and 4 over. John Baca's 044 and 600ths over his dial in. Next pair, Kevin Huntley and Travis Neiman. Attention to pit, super comp to the lanes, super comp to the stadium lanes, please. Super comp to the stadium lanes, please. Travis Neiman, left lane, down 637. Kevin Huntley, 587, both out on green lights. Super comp to the stadium lanes, please. Winner, Kevin Huntley, on a double breakout. He's 9th out under in the right, and a little more than 300ths under for Travis Neiman. Chris Roth and Kyle Yacko. The Daytona down 671. The Chevrolet Camaro down 604. Again, we're looking for super comp to the lanes. Stock, super stock, we will call you here shortly. Stock and super stock, we will call you here shortly. Promise not to forget this time. A red light for Kyle Yacko, so Chris Roth, a winner here in round number 2. On a 6:04 dial-in, he runs a 6:05 at an 0:15 winning reaction time. Andy Wingo going to reach Mark Martinez, the Chevy 2, 6:04. Andy Wingo's Fiero, 5:41. Win line going Mark Martinez, 0:41 and a couple over the dial-in. Andy Wingo's 0:56 and 300ths over his dial-in. Jeff Heuerman and Dennis O'Connor. Dennis in right lane, the Chevy 2 out of Portland, Michigan, 598. Jeff with the Duster out of Smiths Grove, Kentucky, dialed 627. A red light for the Mopar. A win light for the Chevy 2. On a 598 dial-in, he runs a 6:01, 113. John Van Haren together again, Chesaning, Michigan GTO, dialed 597. Dustin Loynes of Firebird, Pinckney, Michigan, dialed 590. Super Comp to the lanes, Super Comp. Round number 2 of eliminations and Super Comp to the stadium lanes, please. Both drivers out on green light starts here. John Van Haren and Dustin Loynes on the finish line. Win light going, Loynes. Dustin was 0:09 reaction time and 200ths over his dial-in. John is 200ths over as well, but had an 0:37 reaction time. Joe Percy Jr. versus Lou Robertson. Truck dialed 576, the Mustang dialed 657. A red light for Lou Robertson by 1,000th of a second. Joe Percy will advance, running a 658 on a 657. Scott Kiefer, 55 Chevrolet. Going to come up in the right-hand lane out of Detroit, Michigan, dial 597, and Dave Mullins, S10, dial 611 in the left lane. First call, Great Lake Stock and Super Stock. First call. Great Lake Stock, Super Stock to the lanes, to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. First call, Great Lake Stock and Super Stockers to the lanes for pairings, please. Green light's a pair here. 8,000 separate the reaction times. Finish line, give it to the left lane, Dave Mullins, and a good race there. 0:41, dead 7, beats an 0:33, 2 over by 7,000 stripe at the finish line. Jason Hicks going to race Jeff Alexander. Jeff in the right lane down 6:03. Jason left lane down 6:90. Once again, we have put out the call both for Super Comp and the Great Lake Stock and Super Stock Association for round number 2. Tree on the way down. Green light's a pair. Jason versus Jeff. To the finish line, give it to Jason on a double breakout. 1,000th under for Jason Hicks. 8,000ths under for Jeff Alexander. Margin of victory 007. Will Steckley, Milverton, Ontario, Canada Charger, Dale 568, and John Hulteman, the Chevy Nova 595. Good looking launch. Both drivers. Steckley could be in trouble here. Down the finish line, give it to the right hand lane. John Hulteman takes out the two-time finalist this weekend, Will Steckley, here in round number 2. Steckley with a dead-on 2 run, but it was Hulteman with the win. He had a 0:05 winning reaction time with a Nova. Clint Bailey, dart out of Clare, Michigan, down 6:36. Taking on the truck in the left-hand lane, down 6:96. I want to welcome those folks watching on Drag Racer TV here on a pretty good-looking Sunday afternoon here at Mid-Michigan. Both these drivers in stage, trying to get to the third round of no box here. A 21 and a 36 are the reaction times. Down the finish line, we're going to give it to the right-hand lane, Clint Bailey. 0:21, 100th over the dial, and good win. Keith Grubaugh's Chevelle going to race Brian Kuda's Maverick. 662 in the left and a 664 in the right-hand lane. Both drivers in stage. Here we go. Tree drops. Red light start for Brian Kuda. Grubaugh would have been tough to beat with a 0:05 reaction time in the right lane. And then he runs that ever popular 666 on his 654 dial in. Brian Kiefer going to race Joe Stowe. Joe with a Chevrolet Chevelle out of Commerce Township, Michigan. He's going to dial 655. And Brian in the right hand lane with his Malibu. Dialed in at 593. So Great Lake Stock and Super Stock to the lane. Super Comps looks like they're moving forward. We'll take round 2 of the Great Lake Stock and Super Stockers to the stage lanes. Good race here, an 0:14 and an 0:24 reaction time. Finish line, it'll be right lane Brian Kiefer. Joe Stowe got there first and broke out. Went 100th under his dial-in, running a 654 and a 655, and that handed it over to Brian Kiefer. He was 300ths over his dial-in. Corey Oberstadt in right hand lane, Howell, Michigan S10. Gonna race Scott Wright. Plymouth Savoy, 6'11" and a 6'67" dial in. .001 red light for the Mopar. The S10 with a win light here on a 667. He runs a 668. Mark Hancock and Ken Oberstadt heading to the starting line here. The truck on a 621 dial in. Mark with a Ford Mustang dialed 648. The FTI performance lane. A red light by 009 for Mark Hancock. Ken in the S10 going to advance, running a 623 on a 621 dial-in. Mark Daniels, Tim Flynn, Naperville, Illinois Barracuda up against the South Boardman, Michigan Camaro. 608 for Mark. Tim will be dialed 647. Both drivers out on green. Mopar versus the Chevrolet Camaro. Winner Camaro. 0:10 reaction time and 100th over the dial-in for Mark Daniels. That'll get a win most of the time. Tim was 0:43 on reaction time and couldn't win that one. Andrew Hines and Chris Messbergen. Believe these two may have ran earlier today. Norton Shores Chevy Nova dialed 733. The new London, Ohio driver, Norrie Hanley, driving the wagon with a 724 dial-in. The reigning NHRA Division 3 no box champ, Pro ET. They're both out on green lights here. Give it to Andrew at the finish line. He's 0:11 reaction time of the wagon and a couple hundredths over the dial-in for the win. Chris was 0:34, 300ths over his dial-in. Warren Smith, the righteous ride in the left-hand lane. Mustang dialed 618, and Bill Wilson, right-hand lane, the Chevelle dialed 592. It'll be a win in left-hand lane for the Mustang, 620 and a 618 with a 27 reaction time. Bill Wilson is 71 and dead on. Runner-up on that pair. Andrew Heinig going to race Brad Talbot. Ontario Camaro dialed 619, Vega dialed 607. Eight-mile finish line winner, Brad Talbot. He's 0:19 reaction time and 100th over the dial-in. Andrew Heining was 0:49 on react, and that's what cost him on that run. Kelly Smith going to race Ken Hansen. Ken left lane going to dial 843. Kelly right lane going to dial 636. Down the finish line here, win light going left-hand lane. Ken Hansen, 0-21 and 3 over. Kelly was 000 green, 1 thou under the dial-in. Missed a perfect run by a thousandth and didn't get the win on the run. Russ Thompson going to race Ron Smith. Ron in the left lane dealt 695. Russ with the Firebird right lane dealt 726. Good race and a whop and a dead on. 695 and a 695 for Ron Smith. 027 winning light. Thompson was 029. It'll be runner up on that pair. Heinz Haller looks like he's going to get a bye run here in the right hand lane. 634. Yeah, maybe Heinz's luck is changing here. Britain, Michigan S10 has been the most unlucky driver on the grounds for 2 days. Our final car to go down the track before we go to round 2 of the Super Comp class. They're sitting back in the lanes ready to roll here. We'll send the bye run here in the right-hand lane. Heinz Haller, he's on a 634 dial-in. And he runs a 6:31.9 at 108.47 miles per hour, and that does it for round number 2 of No Box. Here we go, Super Comp. So we'll move the finish line to the 1/4 mile. With the 890 Index 4/10 Pro Tree Super Comp class. So winners here will advance to the semifinal round, and it'll be a matchup. The 2 Fields Racing dragsters going to match up here in the quarterfinal round, which I guess is good and bad. One of them will be in the semis for sure, but one of them's going to take out the other here. Chris Fields left-hand lane, Carleton, Michigan. Steve Fields right lane, Carleton, Michigan. They both drive 1999 Advanced Chassis dragsters. Chris is in, waiting. I think Steve was testing the auto start settings here, and what a race going. 000 to a 006. Finish line. Wow. 006, 93 beats a 000, 89 with a 2. Chris just took too much stripe down there, so Steve advances to the semifinal round. Leo's into the 3rd. Pat DeBottis backing up. DeBottis left-hand lane, Hollow, Michigan. He went to the finals in this class yesterday. And Leo has been on a mission here today. We've seen him run a 90 with a 2 and a 90 with a 3 in his 2 runs so far. Match up with Pat DeBottis. Both drivers in, tree fires are both out, and they're both green. Leo going to have to pull some magic here to pull this one off. Finish line. Nope, left lane. He got behind on reaction time. DeBottis was 27. Leo was 48. So the 92 beats the 90. Leo's car went 90 every run today, and he will be out here in round number 2. Pat Martin and Dean McElvain going to run our final pair. The Ohio dragsters matched up. Pat Martin in the right lane, Dean McElvain in the left-hand lane. Pat Martin puts his car in first. Now Dean's ready, and here we go. This is 100% anybody's race. An 016 to an 018. Driving the stripe at the finish line, give it to the left lane, McElvain. Pat took the stripe, but he took it by 0.03 of a second. And that put him under the 890 index, running 888 with a 4. Dean went down there and let him go at only 174 miles per hour, and he will advance with his 891. We're going to roll into round number 2. Round number 2 of the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association coming out of the stadium lanes. We will take round number 2 of the box class. Round number 2 of the box class, lanes 3 and 4. Good matchup here in the first pair coming out of the stadium lanes. John Negaporchik, Grosse Isle, Michigan Copo car. He won the first event of the year out here at the Motorplex in the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association Event 1. Taking on the guy that won event number 2, Zach running in the right-hand lane. The old Calais Dale 953, the 402 Super Stock Camaro Dale 957. Once again, we're looking for top ET, lanes 3 and 4. Both out, they're both green. A couple hundred separate them here. Down the finish line, wind light going. Zach running 954 on a 953 and had an 015 winning reaction time. Mike Sheehan going to race Kyle Jeltima. Kyle with the Thunderbird in the left-hand lane. He'll be down 982. Mike in the right lane, the Mustang down 1195. $5,000 separate him here. Jeltima in hot pursuit at the end of the finish line. Wind light. Jeltima on a double breakout. Sheehan is 500ths under. Jeltima 500ths under. Gets down to the little numbers. The margin of victory 003 for the Thunderbird. Chris Hemminger's Oldsmobile and Todd Lochner's Chevy Copo Camaro. 978 in the right and an 1144 dial-in for the Cutlass on the left. Chris Hemminger in that Oldsmobile, almost a 10th advantage on React here. Should be way out in front, and he breaks out. He is way out in front, takes a 10th stripe to be 13 thousandths under his dial-in. Todd in the right-hand lane did go dead on his dial-in, and he will advance with a 131 winning reaction time. Matt Hewitt going to race Rick Jacob here, the Belvedere and the Oldsmobile Achieva. Oldsmobile to the left-hand lane, going to dial a 988. Rick with that Belvedere, dial 1055. Rick goes into the sage beams first. Matt Hewitt, last year's champion, he's in and ready to go. And he turns it red. Matt with a red light there in round number 2. Rick Jacob will advance on a 10:55 dial-in. He runs a 10:57, 126 miles per hour. He'll be in the 3rd round. Kevin Zaskowski and Chris Roth. Roth to the left lane, the Trans Am, down 1084. Kevin with the 69 Camaro, down 1133. A red light by 003 for Kevin. We'll take him out in round number 2. Chris Roth advances. His reaction time was an 034. And he runs a 1090 down there, 122 miles per hour. Jessica Comer and Brett Sauerbaugh going to the left-hand lane with a Corvette. Down on a 1008. Jessica's Oldsmobile down 1222. Brett's had a pretty darn good weekend. Made it all the way to the finals last night with the Corvette. Here we go, tree on the way down, and Brett will go another round. Wheels up in the air, 43 reaction time. Get her off the center line, Brett. There you go. Brings her back to the middle. Never lifted, and look at that. Dead on the dial-in. 043, dead on with a 3, but he didn't go 1,320 foot. He went about 1,380 foot. Don't matter. He's going to the next round. Rich Perdue going to race Scott Bartlett. Scott in the right-hand lane. The Oldsmobile down 1203. Rich with the Camaro down 1018. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree on the way down. Scott Bartlett with a win light. Rich Perdue turned it 14 red in the left-hand lane. So Scott will advance. A 1206 and a 1203 for Bartlett after a 56 green light. Paul Carr going to race Scott Wright. Scott in the right-hand lane, the Plymouth with a 966. Paul with a Camaro down 1006. A red light for Paul Carr, so the streak continues here. Scott Wright, last night's winner, advancing to the 3rd round on Sunday, and he runs a 63.9 on a 66. Paul was 24 red and a little under the dial in there with a 10 flat, but Scott Wright picks up another round. Putting a little glue back down, or rosin back down to the starting line here. Doug Wright and Vance Cummins waiting their turn. 68 Dodge Dart out of Grand Rapids. And the 64 Belvedere from Waterford. 913 to an 1126 dial-in. So the Great Lakes Soccer and Super Sock Association would like to thank Classic Instruments sponsoring today's event here. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree falls. They're both out and they're both green. Doug Wright in hot pursuit, but he's got work to do. He's behind on reaction time. Down the finish line, win line going. He's on the brakes. 9:17 and a 9:13. Wright pulled off the win, but it's because Vance Cumming went way over his dial-in. He went 11:51, 11:26. So Wright and that Belvedere will be back around in the third round, and so will Scott Klingler. The Ortonville, Michigan Copo VP Racing Chevrolet on a bye run here, Dale, 10:39. An 0:43 for Scott on react there. 10:39 the dial-in. Ran a 36 with a 2 at 129.49 miles per hour, so that puts round number 2 into the books for the Great Lakes Stock and Super Soccers. We are getting ready to go with our box class round number 2. First call to the lanes, Super Gas. Super Gas to the stadium lanes, please. Super Gas to the stadium lanes, please. Lanes 5 and 6 for Super Gas. Don Deach and Mike Kozlik. Here we go. Round number 2. Deach in the left-hand lane. His dragster going to dial a 5:01. And Mike Kozlik with the Camaro to the right-hand lane going to dial a 6:31. On the finish line here, win light going. Don Deach, 008, dead 2, 10 total. Kozlik is dead 0 with a 30 light. Evan Davis and Lane Ledford. They have a little rematch of round number 1. Lane backing up in the right-hand lane, down 471. Evan in the left lane, down 502. Super Gas to the lane. Super Gas to the stadium lane. Super Gas, round 2 to the stadium lanes, please. A red light for Lane Ledford. Evan Davis with the win here. And he runs a 5:02 and a 5:02. Andy Wingo and Vance Brown. Chevrolet Monte Carlo down 5:59. Andy Wingo's Fiero down 5:43. Both drivers in, treeing away down. They're both out and they're both green, and it is Vance in charge here. And he gets the win, 5:60 and a 5:59 with a 54 reaction time. Randy Whitaker, the Daytona the right lane, dialed 6:60. John Erskine's Camaro dialed 6:22. Super Gas to the lanes. Super Gas to the stadium lanes, please. Both out and both green in a pretty good one. 9,000 separate them. Win light will be left lane, 6:24 to 6:22 with an 11 reaction time, John Erskine. We'll move to the third round. Austin Bennett going to race Paul Wolf. Paul in the right lane, Olivet, Michigan, dragster Dell, 5 seconds flat. And Austin from Greenville, Michigan. It's a 1970 Chevy Nova with a 646 ALN. Win light here going right lane. Paul Wolf by 0.03 of a second. He's 0.19, dead on with a 3. Austin was 0.007 in the left lane and 100th over his dial-in. Not good enough that time. Joe Samalik and Tim Stout. 677 to the right, 568 to the left side. Couple green lights here. A 008 to an 035. Winner Stout. 008 dead on with a 1. 9 total. Joe was 035 and 200ths under his dial-in. Kyle Yacko going to race Jared Bennett. Jared left lane 651. Kyle right lane 671. How about a 005 and a 009 reaction time here? Win light going right lane, 005 and 4 over. Jared was 009, got there first, taking 500 stripe to be 100th under his dial-in. Jimmy Johnson, the Belvedere right-hand lane, in a Dale 592, and Carly Duffy. Duffy Girls Racing Dragster, Dale 490. A 005 red light for Jimmy Johnson here in round number 2. Carly Duffy, 492 and a win with an 031 reaction time. Matt Gramlich, Gramlich Family Racing Dragster in the FTI lane, Dow 477. Keith Helsel, Lake City, Michigan, 67 Chevy Nova. The old retired tree farmer, Dow 587. Keith cutting down the tree here. He has a 008 reaction time. Down the finish line, winner going Keith. 008 dead on with a 4 at the end. He's 12 total. Matt was just kind of riding down the track there. 034 and a couple under. Nothing he could do with that one. Chelsea Duffy going to race Bill Smith. The Vega dialed 615. The Dragster backing up, dialed 479. A red light for BS. Chelsea with a win here. See how close to the 479 she runs. A 480 with a 2, 144. Smith runs dead on with a 2, but had a 15 red light. Mark Daniels going to race Jeff Burtis. Jeff with a Malibu Dell 575. Mark Chevrolet Camaro Dallas 608. .011 to an .035. Win light. Mark, .011, 1 over. Beats an .035 and 25 thou under the dial in for Jeff Burtis. David Mullins going to race Anthony Benedetti. Anthony left lane going to dial 536. David right lane going to dial 611. Dave Mullins, Anthony Benedetti, finish line win light. Mullins, 007, 100th over the dial in. The S10, good win there. Anthony's 27 react, then 300s over. Jim Hamilton, backing up with the baby blown big block Chevy dragster down 449. And Toby Croning's truck from Lowell, dialed in at 611. Getting down to the end of the line here in box class. Super Gassers sitting out there ready to go for their round number 2. Here we go, both drivers in stage, 3 and away down, green light, green light. Truck with a little better light here, finish line winner, dragster. By 0.004 of a second, Jim Hamilton advances. Toby was 300ths over the dial-in. Maybe touched the brake pedal down there, and that cost him the round. Don't forget concessions open. Want some hand-dipped ice cream? They are dipping it over there at the concession stand. Evan Davis going to race James Vanderbrook. The Chevelle in the right-hand lane dialed 611. The dragster dialed a 502. Double entered, no boxers. Back to lane 7 and 8 for round 3. Double entered, no boxers. Round number 3 of eliminations. Lane 7 and 8, please. Green light here. Evan Davis and James Vanderbrook. Finish line, James Vanderbrook. 018, couple over. Davis got there first and went couple under his dial in. He had a 30 reaction time, and we are getting ready to go with Super Gas. Round number 2 of eliminations. Ready to come out of the stadium lanes. We have called the double entered, no boxers. Still carrying 2 entries to round number 3. Giving you a couple minute head start here to get up here to the front of the line, please. Kenny Simpson and Pat Martin, our first matchup. Pat in the right-hand lane, London, Ohio, 27 Davis Roadster. Then Kenny from Muskegon, Michigan with his 1974 Chevrolet Nova. Round number 2 in Super Gas opening pair. Simpson versus Martin. And here we go. Both out on green lights. Big distance gets between him and the throttle stops. Here comes the Roadster trying to get there. Finish line winner, left lane. Kenny Simpson, 0:11 reaction time and a 91. Beats an 0:35 and a 91. Simpson goes to the third round. Dave Goins and Tom Diamond. Dublin, Ohio, 27 Ford Roadster. And Dave Goins from New Hudson, Michigan in his 27 Ford Roadster. Too close to call in this one. Only 2,000 separate on reaction time. Down the quarter-mile finish line, win light going left lane. 993 at 161 beats a 995 at 138. Diamond advances to the third round. Steve Micah's going to race Pat DeBatis. Pat in the left lane out of Howell, Michigan with a Dakota truck. He won this class last night. Taking on Steve Micah's in the Nova to right-hand lane, our number 1 qualifier today, Ashley, Michigan. We're now opening up the stadium lanes for all of round number 3 of no box. All of round 3 of no box to the lanes, please. A red light for Micah's by 003. DeBatis will go another round. His winning streak continues here in Super Gas, and he runs an 87 with a 4. Steve Micah's our number 1 qualifier out of here in round number 2. Leo's into the third. The Cavalier. Clinton Township, Michigan. And Paul Brown, left-hand lane, Cass City, Michigan with his Roadster. The final pair of the round here in round number 2. We have called all cars for third round of no box back to the stadium lanes. Round number 3 of no box. Back to the lanes. Leo's in. Paul's in. Here we go. Running through the throttle stop. Now back full throttle down to the finish line. Win light going. Leo. 0:13 reaction time and a 92 beats a 43 reaction time and a 988 for Paul Brown. So Leo's into the third. Moves to round number 3. And that puts a complete wrap on round number 2, all categories. Our no box competitors should be out there in the lanes, if not heading in that direction, as we will start round number 3 here in just a couple of moments. Don't forget, concessions open. Hand-dipped ice cream. They want to dip you some ice cream over at the concession stand. Hand-dipped ice cream available. Here we go. Start of round number 3. Getting ready to come out of the stadium lanes. No box category. $2,000 to win Sunday. So here we go, FTI Performance Lane, Chris Messberg in the Chevy 2. First car coming up, you get a Dale of 734, taking on Ken Hansen. Impale in the right-hand lane, down in at 843. Two foot breakers here in opening pair. Carefully putting them in, and here we go. They're both out green. Messbergen and Hansen. Down to the finish line, it'll be a win for Hansen. 8:44 on an 8:43 with an 0:26 reaction time. Messbergen broke out by 3 thousandths of a second. He was 0:11. Heinzhaller going to race Bill Wilson. Bill in the right-hand lane, Holland, Ohio, 68 Chevrolet Chevelle down 592, and Heinzhaller, the S10 down 634. Heinzhaller in the truck. Bill Wilson in the Chevelle down the finish line. Win line. Bill Wilson in the Chevelle. 013 dead on with a 2:15 total. Good win right there for the Chevelle from Ohio. Another Ohio racer coming up right hand lane. Andrew Ines dialed 724 with a wagon. He's racing up Paul Adamitis. The Ford Mustang left hand lane dialed in at a 6:37. We'll take the semifinal round in Super Comp to the lanes. Semifinal of Super Comp to the stadium lanes, please. Good race here. An 0:11 and an 0:16 reaction time. Down the finish line, win line going. Right lane, 0:11, dead on with an 8:19 total. Adamitis is 0:16 and a couple hundredths over his dial-in. Neil Swain going to race Aiden Lutzke. Camaro left lane down 6:59. Neil in right hand lane down 5:72. Once again, semifinal round in Super Comp to the lanes. Red light for Aiden Lutzke by 14. Neil Swain will be the winner here, and he runs a dead on with a 7.572 on a 5.72 for Neil. He will advance. He was ahead of the green just a little bit, but Aiden did it first. Russ Thompson going to race Jason Jenkins. Jason left lane down 7.25 with his Mustang. Russ with a Firebird rolling up in the right hand lane down 7.27. Both out on green lights here, but you can see the hole shot for Russ Thompson. He's going to get the win. 0.25, dead on with a 9. Russ Thompson advances. A better reaction time helped him get the win right there. Mark Hancock and Tom Artigas Jr. This will be a good one. The Mustang in the left-hand lane out of Cedar Springs. Truck out of Ray, Michigan, 650 to a 648. A red light by 001, a green light by 003. Left lane, Hancock. 003 and a 100th over the dial in for Mark Hancock. He will advance. A 001 red light for Tom Artigas. Keith Grubaugh going to race Mark Martinez. Chevy 2 down 605. The Chevelle on a 667. Super Cup semifinal to the Cedar Lanes. Both drivers in, here we go. Green light, great race. 003 and an 013. Win light going, left lane. 013, a 100th over, beats a 003, 5 thou under for Grubaugh, and one of the best runs of the round. Ron Smith and John Hultman. John in the right lane down 595, Ron in the left lane down 695. A red light for John by 003, so Ron in the Chevy 2 will go to the 4th round. Winning lights 034, and then went 694 in the 695. Andrew Heining in right-hand lane, the Vega down 607, and Warren Smith's Ford Mustang down 619. Andrew, 100th better on React, an 011 to an 021, and it'll be a win for Andrew Heining. 011 dead, 415 total for the Vega. Warren is 021 on React and cannot win that one. Brad Bird and Brad Talbot in Racer Camaros. Ontario Camaro left lane down 619. The Clio Michigan Camaro down 570. First call for round number 3 of the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. First call to the rear of the lanes, please. Red light for last night's winner. He's out of here with that entry. Brad Bird with a win. He will run a 573 and a 570. Bird and the IROC will advance to round number 4. Bradley Bradbury coming up in the right-hand lane. The Artie Cat down into 602, and Jason Mikula's Chevy 2 left lane down 602. Bradbury, the only snowmobile in competition, trying to get to round 4. One thou separate him in a good race. Down the minute sign, win light going left lane. 603 and a 602. Jason Mikula takes out the only sled in competition. Bradley Bradbury. Dennis O'Connor and Chris Roth. Chris in the left-hand lane, Essexville, Michigan, Chevrolet down 605. Dennis's Chevy 2 to right-hand lane down 598. It's getting great like Stock and Super Stock Association, round number 3 of eliminations to the stadium lanes. A red light, green light. O'Connor's 008 green, and he gets the win and runs a 6:01 at 113. Chris was 006 red with a Camaro. Dustin Loynes, Pat Nye next. Firebird to the left lane with a 590. Pat Nye, the Dodge Dart. Homebrew down 635. Couple good green lights here between Loynes and Nye. Finish line winner, Dustin Loynes. 0:18 reaction time, 1 over, beats an 0:29, dead one, margin of victory. It's as close as it gets on this screen. 0001 margin of victory for Loynes. Mark Pressey going to race Al McChesney. The Mopars, Dodge Dart in the left, down 656. The Belvedere to the right, down 631. Al McChesney and Mark Pressey here in round number 3. Wheels up. Mark is in charge as they head to the finish line. Win line, Mark. 0:46, couple over the dial-in. Al is 100th over the dial-in, but that's the worst reaction time I've seen him have this year. And a bad time here in round number 3. Kevin Huntley going to race Brian Kuda. Brian to the left-hand lane, the Maverick down 663. Kevin, the Dodge Dart, down 585. Eighth mile stripe, it'll go Kevin. 587 on a 585, Kevin Huntley. By 100th of a second, he had an 0:28 reaction time. He'll be back around number 4. Jason Hicks going to race Jeff Alexander. Jeff's Monza 6:02, Jason's Oldsmobile 6:90. Win line here going, left lane. Jason Hicks, 0:33 and 200ths over the dial-in. Jeff Alexander was 0:68 and then went dead on with a 7. Jason Hicks goes around 4. Jaden Durst, Scott Kiefer, 55 Chevrolet on a 598. Jaden's S10 in the left lane out of Ohio down 652. A red light for Scott Kiefer, so Jaden Durst with an 0:11 green light and a win. And he runs a 53 on a 52. Jaden Durst will be back around number 4. The Mullins Napa truck coming up. Dave Mullins out 6:12, taking on Clint Bailey's Mopar right lane. The Dart down in at 6:36. Winner left-hand lane, 0:20, dead on with a 7. Dave Mullins advances. Clint Bailey was 0:29 reaction time, then went 6:34 on his 6:36 dial-in. Joe Percy Jr. and Will Steckley matched up here. Will in the left lane, the Charger with a 5:68. Joe with a Mustang right-hand lane, down 6:58. Taking another shot at a burnout here. There we go. A red light for Joe Percy. Will Steckley moves on, and he runs a 69 on a 68, slowing down by 100th of a second right there. In an 0:29 green light. Chris Messberg in Chevy 2, and Brian Kiefer, Chevrolet Malibu, Clare, Michigan. 594 to a 733 for Chris Messberg. .009 to a 002 here. Win light, left lane, look at that. 002, dead on with a 4. 6-pack for Messbergen here in round number 3. Brian Kiefer's 009 and cannot win the round. Corey Oberstadt and Heinz Holler. The trucks can run here. 6:32 for Heinz in the left-hand lane. Corey right side, 6:67. Eight-mile finish line, Heinz Holler, 0:28 and 100th over the dial-in. Heinz will move an entry to round number 4. Corey is 0:41 on react and 100th over his dial-in. Ken Oberstadt this time, his S10 6:22, and Ron Smith, left lane 6:95. Trouble, all kinds of trouble there for Ron. I'm not sure what's happening. Very strange because he foot brakes it, so it's not like it. He just did not leave on green, and Oberstadt with a win in the right-hand lane. Not sure what went on there for Ron Smith. A very good racer, very good car. That something obviously not right on the starting line with him. Bill Wilson, Mark Daniels in here waiting to make sure he clear the top end here with a Chevy 2. I think he is going to make it. Daniels right-hand lane, the Camaro going to be on a 6:08. Bill Wilson left lane, a 5:92 dial-in. Mark with a win light here. Bill turned it red. Mark was 008 green. and he runs a 6:09 on a 6:08 dial-in. Good win there for Mark Daniels. He'll be back around in round 4. The kid from Ohio, Andrew Wines, driving the wagon here. 7:25 dial-in, taking on Russ Thompson, the Firebird, 7:27 dial-in. Final pair of the round here. Russ and Andrew, finish line winner. Andrew on a double breakout. 0:25 and 7th thou under. Russ was 0:13 reaction time and 300ths under the dial-in. Final vehicle of the round, Kelly Smith, the truck with a bye run. White Cloud, Michigan Chevrolet, dialed 635. .031 reaction time and a 6:34 on a 6:35. Kelly will be back around number 4. And we are getting ready to go to the Super Comp semifinal round. And here we go. Pat DeBatis, Steve Fields for the right to go to the final round. DeBatis left-hand lane. Howell, Michigan, looking to go to his 3rd final in 2 days. Backs up from his burnout, taking on Steve Fields. Carleton, Michigan, advanced chassis. Number 3 qualifier and the number 4 qualifier on the list. Both drivers ran 890 out here earlier during the qualifying round. Super Comp semifinal round, quarter mile, 890. The index, 410s Pro Tree. Both drivers in, here we go. Big, big, big. Ray Charles could see the whole shot for Steve Fields right there. He is way out in front, and he won't mess that one up. 891, although he almost did. He took 1200 stripe to be 891, and he had a 001 light. Pat was 891, and he did not have a 001 light. So Steve Fields goes to the final round in Super Comp. Take on the winner of this pair. So Dean McElvain will move to the final round, the new Carlisle, Ohio rear engine dragster out of McElvain Race Cars. Take on Fields in the final of 890. Free run here. So we'll take box back to lanes 3 and 4, please. The box class, top ET, lanes 3 and 4 for your 3rd round. See what McElvain lays down here. He's 30 on React. And my guess is 885. No, look at Dino making me look dumb. 893, 184. He'll be back in the final round. So we've called the box class back to lanes 3 and 4 for your third round of eliminations, please. So Steve Bueller with a show-off run here, 890 with a 1 and 183.11 miles per hour. Round number 3 of the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association opening pair. Kyle Jeltima, Thunderbird to the left lane, 6 shift car down 978, and Scott Bartlett, Oldsmobile Delta 88, 1205. I feel like Kyle's ran a lot of the slower cars in the other lane here today, and the only reason I know that is he stands on the throttle for an extended period of time up here on the starting line. So it makes you want to kind of step back from the Thunderbird a little bit if you're in that area. And here we go. I'll show you what I mean. 067. He'll be back around. A red light for Bartlett. Kyle with a 981 run, 135.97 miles per hour. The 572 Copo car coming up in left-hand lane. Todd Lochner down 978, taking on the VP Racing Copo car in the right lane. Ortonville, Michigan, Scott Klingler down 1036. We have called the box class back to lanes 3 and 4. A red light for Klingler. Todd Lochner advances. The 572 Copo left lane running a 979 on a 978. He'll be in round number 4. Brett Sarbaugh and Zach running. Zach with the Oldsmobile right-hand lane down 953. The 67 Chevy Corvette for Sarbaugh with a 1009 dial in. He made it to the final last night. Zach's got a win under his belt earlier in the series this year. Be a good run. Both out in green lights. And it is the stick shift car holding the advantage. Down the finish line. Winner going. Brett Sarbaugh. 10:09 on a 10:09 with a 56 reaction time. The Corvette goes another round. Zach was 084 reaction, his worst light of the day, and then went 100th over the dial in. Brett Sarbaugh having himself a weekend here at the Motorplex. Chris Roth and Scott Wright are going to run next. Trans Am in the left lane at a Dale 1091. The Nostalgia Super Stock in right lane for Scott Wright, Dale 964. Couple green lights here. See if Scott Wright can extend his streak. Yesterday's winner trying to get to round 4 on Sunday. Yep, he did it. Chris Roth got to the finish line first, went 500ths under the dial-in. Scott Wright's 300ths over his dial-in. So Wright wins another round. Rick Jacob and Doug Wright. Doug in the left-hand lane, the Belvedere, down 9:13, and Rick Jacob, the Belvedere, in the right lane, dialed in at 10:57. 1965 Plymouth Belvedere in the right. 1964 Plymouth Belvedere in the left. Final pair of the round. Both out on green lights. Rick Jacob holds the 200ths advantage on reaction time over Doug Wright. Finish line right on the brakes. Wright gets the win. Right lane Jacob way over the dial-in, and we had some smoke right at the finish line down there that will probably require being checked unless he you know what? And he made the first turn off 106 miles an hour. So Michael Lyon's going to make a time run here over there in the left-hand lane, the A. Econo dragster car. We'll send him down, and we will go check on Mr. Jacob down there because he is stopped on the return road. So Rick Jacobs' crew will need to go down there to the top end, and Michael Lyons is throwing the gloves off again here. So we'll push the dragster back, and we will go down and check out the top end here on the right side. So we got box back in the lanes, but what's going on right now, we're pushing the dragster back, and we are checking the top end right-hand lane down there, basically around the quarter mile, a little before the quarter mile mark. All right, so we do have a clean track. All right, we're ready to roll. Box ET, here we go. Bring him around the corner. Box, here we go. box. Opening pair here in the box class, Mike Kozlik and Don Deach going to run. A rematch of round number 2. Deach in the left-hand lane, the dragster dialed in at 85.01. Mike Kozlik, right lane, 6:31 dial in. We will take Super Gas. Super Gas to the stadium lanes, please. Super Gas to the stadium lanes, please. Super Gas, the semifinal round to the lanes, please. A red light for Mike Kozlik. Dragster with a win. 0:11 reaction time. 5:01. He runs a 5:19 shutoff run. Mike Kozlik with a 20 red light right there. 2 more trucks coming up. Tim Stout, Toby Croning going to run. Toby the left-hand lane. Lowell, Michigan going to dial in at a 6:13. And Tim Stout right-hand lane. 6:77 for the Carson City, Michigan S10. Heading down the finish line. This one too close to call. It'll be a win light to the right lane. Stout, 0:19, dead on with a 3. Left lane in 0:24 and 4th out under for Toby Croning. In Super Gas, the final 4, semifinal round to the lanes, please. Carly Duffy, Amherstburg young lady with her dragster, 491, and Kyle Yacko, the Daytona, 671. Green lights a pair here between Kyle Yacko and Carly Duffy. On the finish line, win light going. Kyle Yacko by 9 thousandths of a second, 0:18, 200ths over the dial-in. Carly was dead on the dial-in, but had an 0:46 reaction time. Paul Wolf and Austin Bennett. Austin in the left-hand lane, down to 6:48. Paul in the right-hand lane, down to 5 flat. Super Gas semifinal to the lanes. Super Gas semifinal to the lanes. Lanes 5 and 6. Bennett versus Wolf on the starting line. A red light by 005 for Paul Wolf. Austin Bennett will go another round. Running a 6:47 on a 6:48 dial-in. Lane Ledford going to race Jared Bennett. Jared in the left-hand lane, the Chevy 2, 6:49 dial-in, and lane the right lane, the dragster down 470. 5 thousandths separate them here as they down the finish line. Win line going, right lane drags her. Bennett got there first, went 3 thousandths under the dial-in. Lane Ledford 100th over the dial-in. Lane Ledford goes around number 4. Tim Hamilton and Keith Helsel going to run. Keith with a Chevy 2, down 587. Hamilton bumps up the dial-in with the dragster by 100th. He'll be on a 450 dial-in in the left-hand lane. A 004 red light for Jim Hamilton. Take him out here in the third round. Keith Helsel, he was 006 green and ran 6 thousandths under. Good win for Keith Helsel. Bill Smith and Dave Mullins. The truck down 612, the Vega on a 615. Attention to pits, double entered. We got anybody with 2 entries still in no box. Lane 7 and 8, please. Double entered no boxers going into round number 4. Lane 7 and 8, please. A red light for Bill Smith. Dave Mullins will get another win with a truck. On a 612, he runs a dead on with a 5. Vance Brown and Mark Daniels. Chevrolet Camaro right lane will dial 609. Vance left lane dial 558 with the Monte Carlo. Green lights a pair here, a 007 and an 014. Win light here going left lane 014, dead 7. Right lane 007, 100th over, margin victory 0005. John Erskine's Camaro coming up in right hand lane at aisle 622, 5 flat for Evan Davis dragster. So the Super Gas semifinals should be the lanes. They are coming out next. We have called double entered no boxers to lane 7 and 8. John Erskine and Evan Davis. Finish line left lane. Davis pulled one out. Erskine was 002 on react, but it is Davis running closer to the dial on a dead on 5 flat, and he will get the win slip down there. Jeff Burtis in the left lane, the Malibu wagon. Going to dial 571, and Chelsea Duffy coming over here to the right-hand lane. The dragster dialed in at 479. Super Gas, you need to pull forward. We have called another class. Super Gas, you need to pull on up forward. We got another class moving into the lanes. Green lights a pair here. A 007 to an 019. Finish line winner, left lane. 007 and 2 over. Chelsea was 019. James Vanderbrook, the bye run of the round. The 69 Chevrolet Chevelle out of Five Lake, Michigan with a 613 dial in. All right, we'll now open up seating lane 7 and 8 for everybody that's still in round 4 of no box. Lane 7 and 8, round 4, no box, all cars now being called. Vanderbrook having himself a pretty darn good weekend. Already been in one final round. He'll go to round number 4 on Sunday. Running a dead on with a 2 and a 005 light. 7 total for James. So we're getting ready to go into our Super Gas semifinal round, and those cars are kind of up at the front of lane number 7. So just no boxers, be aware. We will do a prep after Super Gas, so don't continue to roll out behind them. Here we go, Super Gas semifinal round. Pat DeBatis and Leo Zinda. Leo with a Cavalier in the right-hand lane. Clinton Township, Michigan. Pat, the winner of this class last night, trying to go to another final round. So DeBatis with a chance at another final round, trying to take out Leo Zinda here in the semifinals. Both drivers in and they are out. DeBatis and Zinda. Down the finish line, wind light going. Zinda pulled out a magic trick down there. DeBatis was 002, Zinda was 031 on the let go. Went down there and grabbed the wind light by 3 thousandths, or Pat gave it back to him by 3 thousandths, one of the two. Either way, Leo's coming back to the final round, take on the winner of this one. Tom Diamond or Kenny Simpson. Simpson in the right-hand lane, the Nova to Muskegon, Michigan. And Tom Diamond from Dublin, Ohio with a 27 Ford Roadster. Both drivers in, tree down, both out, both green, and Kenny Simpson is in charge of this one. If he stays above the 990 finish line, it will be Simpson. 004 reaction time and a 95 beats an 061 reaction time for Tom Diamond. So the finals are set in both Super Comp and Super Gas. We have our no box round number 4 out in the stadium lanes. Getting ready to start round number 4 of eliminations. The no boxers getting ready. Super Comp final round. Super Comp final round. Get those cars buttoned up and head to the staging lanes, please. Ken Hansen and Andrew Hines going to lead us here in round number 4, opening pair. Ken left lane, dialed 843. Andrew switching from the Cavalier this morning to Dick Penniger's station wagon. He's mowing him down so far. 725 dial in the right-hand lane. Super Comp final to the stadium lanes. Both drivers in, and here we go. Green light, green light. Finish line, win light going. Andrew Hines, 0.33, 400s over for the win. Ken Hansen with an 0.79 reaction time. That cost him the round right there. Brad Bird, Jason Mikula, Chevy 2 Camaro matchup, 5.72 and a 6.02. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association, 5 drivers still in it. Back to the staging lanes, please. Green light's a pair here. Mikula and Bird. Down the finish line, win light going. Mikula, 0.25, down on the 6. About 300s total. Brad had a 60 reaction time. That will take him out of contention here. Will Steckley going to race Neil Swain. The Jeep in the right lane, Dale 572. Will in the left lane, the Charger, Dale 568. Finish line here, it will be Neil Swain taking out Will Steckley here in round 4. Swain with an 0.12 light and 1 over the dial-in. He will advance. Will Steckley's day comes to an end. The Ontario Charger with an 0.52 reaction time that cost him the round. Kelly Smith, Chris Mesbergen. Chevy 2 left lane, 733. Chevy S10 right lane, 634. A red light for the Chevy 2. Kelly with a 004 green light. And he runs a 6:35 on a 6:34. Kelly Smith advances to round number 5. The Vega of Andrew Heinig, 6:06 dial in. Mark Martinez, an identical 6:06 dial in with the Chevy 2. Mark Martinez, Andrew Heining. Finish line, win line going. Martinez dead on the dial-in, 6:06. Both drivers dead on their 6:06 dial-ins. It's an 0:39 reaction time, beating an 0:55 reaction time. Dustin Loynes and Dennis O'Connor, 6:01 for the Chevy 2, 5:92 for the Firebird. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association, the 5 drivers still in contention. Need to be in the stadium lanes, please. Super Comp final round should be in the lanes. We are working our way through round 4 here in no box. Loynes and O'Connor. Winley down there for O'Connor on a double breakout, 2 thou under in the right, a full 100th under in the left. Dennis O'Connor advances to round number 5. Kevin Huntley and Mark Hancock. Mark left lane down 649. Kevin right lane the dart down 584. Both drivers out in green lights here. Mark Hancock and Kevin Huntley. Finish line winner going Mark Hancock. A dead on 6:49 run. He had an 0:51 reaction time. Kevin had a better reaction time, an 0:40, but he went 200ths over his dial-in. So Mark Hancock will be in round number 5. Russ Thompson and Heinz Hull are running here. S10 versus Firebird. 6:32 in the left and 7:25 in the right. Heinz versus Russ here down the finish line. Give it to Russ. Heinz with a better light. He had a 005, but went down there and maybe gave it back to Russ by 002 finish line. Russ was 021 and 100th over, and he will get the win light. Ken Overstat, Whitmore, Lake Michigan S10 down 622, and Mark Pressey's Dodge Dart left lane down 656. Green lights a pair here. Pressey versus Oberstadt. Will I go on Mark Pressey? 6:57 on a 6:56 with an 11 reaction time. Ken was 0:28 in the truck, then went 400ths under his dial-in. It's Jason Hicks and Ron Smith line him up here. 690 to a 696. Super Comp final, Super Comp final, final call. Super Comp final round. We need you in the lanes. As Hicks and Smith line them up here in round number 4. Green lights a pair. Hicks is near perfect in the Oldsmobile. Win light left lane. Jason Hicks 002 and runs a 96 to turn on the win light. Bill Wilson and David Mullins. Mullins in the S10 down 612. Right lane to Chevelle 594. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock. You should be back to the lanes. So I cannot see the back of the lane. So if you're all out there, I apologize. But if you're not out there, we need you. A red light by 001 for Dave Mullins. He is going to hate this time slip when he looks at it. 001 red and 1 thou under. And Bill Wilson was 080 and 400ths under. And he'll get the win. Mark Daniels and Andrew Hines in the left-hand lane. 7:24 in the left. Daniels in the right-hand lane down 6:09. I know Andrew already won with this car here early in the round. Looking to take the wagon with 2 entries to round 5. Mark Daniels was doubled up here. He was running the box class and the no box class. I think he went out in box. So this is his final shot here. Pretty good race here between Andrew and Mark. Finish line, just a little smoke starting to come out of the wagon down there. Andrew's 008 and 100th over the dial-in for the win. Mark's 028 100th under the dial-in for runner-up on that pair. By run here, Jaden Durst, the Ohio S10. So the S10 for Jaden here getting the bye run. We should have a Super Comp final, and we should have a quarterfinal in Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock in the staging lanes. Jaden is 17 on the wrong side of the green light there, and he runs a couple hundredths under. Concession stand in the souvenir building will stay open until 4 o'clock. The concession stand in the souvenir building will stay open until 4 o'clock. We have our Super Comp final getting ready to go. It'll be the quarterfinal round in the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. 5 drivers still in that category. So our box class back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Box back to 3 and 4. We've got a Super Comp final getting finishing up their preparation, and they'll be on the track next, and then the quarterfinal in Stock Super Stock. So this will be the Sunday Super Comp final round. $2,500 to the winner here, Dean McElvain, coming up in the left-hand lane. New Carlisle, Ohio McElvain car taking on Steve Fields, right-hand lane. The advanced chassis dragster out of Carleton, Michigan. Stock, super stock, we need you to the front of the lanes. McElvain doing his traditional 60-mile-an-hour backup after his burnout, taking on Steve Fields. Both drivers in. Here we go. Final round, and we got a good one. An 024 to an 027. Finish line, it'll go right lane. Fields, 891. 170 beats an 892 at 172. The 027 winning reaction time. McElvain was 024. Steve Fields will be the Rockin' Super Shootout Sunday Super Comp champion. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association quarterfinal round coming out next. Two pair and a buy run. And the buy run will sit this and wait for the semifinal round. So we'll see 4 cars coming out of the stage lanes. We have called box to lanes 3 and 4. Box to lanes 3 and 4, please. Box lanes 3 and 4. Going to be Todd Lochner and Scott Wright. Lochner in the left-hand lane, the Copo Chevy dialed in a 979, and Scott Wright, the 62 Plymouth. Oakland Township, Michigan, 965. Kind of feeling like the Wrights are trying to do something they did here last year. I think it's been a couple years ago when they put both of their cars in the final round. They're both down to 5, and they're on separate pairs here. The Wrights with their Plymouths both in the right-hand lane here. Scott in the tower lane, the 965 right-hand side. Todd Lochner left-hand lane at 979, and Todd is in deep, deep trouble here. Scott in command. Finish line, this is all Scott. 972 to 965, so Scott Wright moves to the semifinal. And here comes Doug Wright. The Waterford, Michigan Belvedere to the right-hand lane, down 913, taking on the stick shift Corvette. Brett Sarbro, West Olive, Michigan, down 1009. Brett was in the finals last night. They're both out and they're both green. And it is Sauerbaugh with the advantage on React. Win light going, Brett Sauerbaugh. He'll go to the semifinal round with a Corvette, running at 10:11 on a 10:09. He had a 0:46 reaction time. Doug Wright went 9:18 on a 9:13, but Doug was behind on React. He had an 0:64. Super Gas final round to the stadium lanes, please. Super Gas, the final round to the stadium lanes, please. Once again, we'll take our Super Gas final round to the stadium lanes. Super Gas final round to the lanes. Double entered, no box. Double entered, no box. If we... Not 100% sure, I've lost track here, but if we have anybody doubled for round 5, if you're carrying 2 entries for round 5, lanes 7 and 8, please, we'll give you about a 2-minute head start. Start of round number 4 in the box category. Don Deach and Tim Stout going to run down to the dragster left lane. Going to dial a 501. Tim right lane. The truck dialed 676. Don is not backing up. Here we go, a red light for Don Deach. He leaves on the nothing there. So Tim Stout will move to the ladder round. 0:18 reaction time, dead on with a 6. Don was way early there. Lane Ledford and Jeff Burtis. Jeff with the wagon down 571. Lane with the dragster down 471. Super Gas final should be in the stadium lanes. Super Gas final should be in the stadium lanes. We'll call all cars for round number 5 of no box, the modified class. Round 5, if you're still in, bring them back to the lanes, please. Both drivers out in green lights. Burtis and Ledford. Wind light going. Ledford. 002, dead 5. 7 total for Lane Ledford here. Jeff Burtis is dead on with a 1, but had a 21 reaction time. Lane Ledford goes to the ladder round. Kyle Yacko and Austin Bennett going to run. Austin left lane with a 647 dial in. Kyle with the Daytona. He won this class yesterday. He's dialed 671. So we've called all cars for round number 5 of no box. Back to the lanes. A red light will take Kyle Yacko out here. Austin Bennett will go to the ladder round. 006 red for the Daytona. Austin is 014 green and just a little bit under his dial in. He'll be back around. Vance Brown, Keith Helsel, Monte Carlo Chevy 2 matchup. 586 to a 558. A red light for Keith Helsel. Vance Brown will get the win. I think Keith may have let go on nothing there. Vance will be 3 thou under and a win light. David Mullins truck. The S10 left lane with a 612 dial in. Evan Davis Dragster Dale 5 flat. Final pair here in this round of the box category. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree on the way down. Dave Mullins with a 002 light in the left lane. And he gets to a 002 dead on the dial in with a 6. 8 thousandths total package there for David Mullins. He will move on. Concession stand and the fuel building, 10 minutes remaining. Want to grab a bag of ice or some ice cream before they close up? You got 10 minutes to get over there and get that handled. It looks like we'll be bringing out our no box category next, and then we'll follow them with the Super Gas final round. Here we go, start of round number 5, the no box category, $2,000 to win class this afternoon. First pair coming out of the stadium lanes, Mark Hancock and Andrew Hines. Andrew still doubled in this event with this wagon coming out of the right-hand lane. New London, Ohio, down 724. Left lane, Mark Hancock, the Mustang, down 649. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree on the way down. Green light, 3,000 separate them. And a good race here in round 5. Finish line winner going left lane. 017 dead 6. Beats an 014 5,000 under. Great way to start this round of no box. Hancock advances to the ladder round. Mark Martinez and Neil Swain. Mark in the left-hand lane, the Chevy 2 dialed 606. Neil right lane, the Jeep dialed 572. Mark Martinez versus Neil Swain. Win light going. Neil Swain. 0:10 reaction time and 100th over the dial-in for Neil. Mark is dead on the dial-in with an 0:38 reaction time. 0:19 margin of victory. Neil will take the Jeep to the ladder round. Dennis O'Connor and Jason Hicks going to run. Oldsmobile left lane with a 690. O'Connor with a Chevy 2 right lane dialed 601. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock, the semifinal round. Those 3 drivers, as soon as you get them ready to go, bring them back to the stadium lanes. We'll get you paired up and matched up and put the semifinal down the track. As soon as you get them cool, bring them back up for the semifinal. Green lights a pair here. 200ths better reaction time. Went to the driver in the Oldsmobile. And the win light going to go to the driver in the Oldsmobile. 0:25 and 100th over the dial-in for Jason Hicks. That's a good win. Kelly Smith, Mark Pressey. The Dart in the left lane, taking on the S10, 636 and a 656 are dial-ins. Red light left lane by 001 for Mark Pressey. Kelly Smith is 009 green. And he runs a 35 and a 36. He will go to the ladder round. Bill Wilson and Jaden Durst. Durst in the truck dialed 653. Bill in the Chevelle dialed 591. Jaden Durst, Bill Wilson. Trying to get to the ladder round. It'll go left lane Wilson. Durst was 005 on react. Took too much stripe going 6,000 under. It is Wilson 024 dead on with a 6. He will go to the ladder round. Jason Mikula going to run Russ Thompson. Thompson dialed 725, 602 for Mikula. Jason Mikula and Russ Thompson. Finish line winner, Mikula. 010 taking 100th stripe to be 100th over the dial-in. Russ was 024 and 100th over. Jason Mikula will be on the ladder round. Once again, the semifinal round in Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock. We're getting ready to go with the Super Gas final round. Box, you on the ladder. Box, you on the ladder. 5 drivers still in it. It'll be Ledford with the bye run. Bennett versus Brown. Bennett with lane choice. Mullins versus Stout. Mullins with lane choice. Those 5 drivers can come back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Andrew Hines going to get the bye run here. New London, Ohio wagon. He was doubled going into this round. He lost with the first entry. He gets the bye run here and appears as if he's going to take it. .027 reaction time, and he will run a 7:55 shutoff down there at 73 miles per hour. Super Gas final round. $2,500 to win Rockin Super Shootout Sunday Super Gas final round coming out of the stadium lanes. Kenny Simpson and Leo's into the third here, matching up in the Super Gas final round. Leo's into the third, right handling the Cavalier, Clinton Township, Michigan. Kenny Simpson from Muskegon, Michigan in the Nova. Super Gas final round. A big separation here in throttle stop strategy here is Leo with much more power under the hood. They both leaving green. Boy, you could see it again. Just a huge hole shot for Kenny Simpson. Down to the finish line, it will be Simpson. 001 light and a 92 in the left lane. Zinda running 89, and he had an 074 light. That thing was pretty much over when they went by the 60-foot timer. Simpson will be the Sunday winner in Super Gas. All right, here we go. Semifinal round. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association, we are down to 3. Brett Sourbaugh will go to the final. He gets the bye run here. He will just stay back at the trailer and wait for the final round. Got Scott Wright back here. There he comes. I was a little concerned. The Mopar was not moving. Now it is. So Kyle Jeltima, the stick shift car, will be in the left-hand lane. He's going to dial in a 982 with the Thunderbird. Scott Wright looking to go to his second final. Oh, my. Kind of putting 1 and 1 together and coming up with 2. It could be another Sourbaugh Wright final round, identical as we had yesterday. Right in the right-hand lane, the Plymouth, dialed 967. Jeltima with the Thunderbird, dialed 982. Jeltima's in, stick shift car ready. Now the Mopar's in, R's coming up, green lights a pair. And we could have an all stick shift final, who knows? Down to the finish line, wind light going. Right lane, Scott Wright, and a double breakout. Jeltima was in command. He had an 017 reaction time in the left lane. Scott Wright was 061. But in a double breakout down there, Wright will go to his second final in 2 days, and we'll have a rematch with the Chevrolet Corvette. So no box, no box, no box. You are down to 7 drivers left. This is the way the ladder round will go down. It'll be number 1 qualifier Swain with the bye run at 7 cars. Mikula versus Hicks. Mikula with lane choice. Smith versus Wilson. Smith with lane choice. And Hancock versus Andrew Hines. Hancock with lane choice. Those 7 drivers, as soon as you get them ready, bring them back, they'll pair you up in the lanes. This will be top ET quarterfinal round, the box class. Austin Bennett going to race Vance Brown. Austin in left lane down into the 646. Vance in right lane down 557. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires. Green lights a pair. A 005 to an 033. Now the finish line winner, Bennett. 005 dead one. 6 total for Austin Bennett here in the quarterfinal. Tim Stout going to race Dave Mullins, and Mullins' truck has got something going on back here behind it, like a needle and seat stock or something. The Milan Michigan S10 is doing what he can do to try to keep it running here. Mullins S10 left-hand lane is living on a prayer here. Tim Stout in right-hand lane. He's staged up. So Stout will be the winner. So our quarterfinal round in no box. Back to the lanes, please. Here we go, quarterfinal round of no box coming out of the stage of lanes. $2,000 to win class. 7 drivers still in it. Kelly Smith and Bill Wilson will be our first matchup. The Chevelle from Holland, Ohio in the left-hand lane at a dial 95.91, and Kelly Smith, White Cloud, Michigan, Chevy S10 dialed 636. A red light for Kelly Smith. Bill Wilson will advance with a Chevelle on a 591. He runs 596. Kelly's a little bit under and a little bit early. Wilson was a little bit early himself at negative 010, but it don't matter. He will advance to the semifinal round. Mark Hancock and Andrew Hines next. Andrew right lane dialed 724. Mark in the left lane dialed 648. Both drivers out on green lights here. The Ford Mustang up against the Malibu Wagon. Win line going, Mustang. Mark Hancock, 023, taking 2 stripe down there to be 3 over the dial and advance to the final 4. Jason Mikula and Jason Hicks. Chevy 2 and Cutlass, 690 to a 602. Good race here. Mikula and Hicks, finish line winner. Mikula, 007, 100th over for the win. Hicks is 16 and 2 over for the quarterfinal round here. Neil Swain, the bye run. The Jeep CJ9, and make a run down the left lane. Portland, Michigan on a 574 dial-in. Neal's a little early, a negative 013, and he runs a 75.0 on the 74. He'll be back around in the semifinal round. Top ET to the lanes, please. And our stock, super stock final round. As soon as you get them ready, we'll put you down the track. Stock, super stock final round to the lanes. Here we go, semifinal round in our box class. Ready to come out. Austin Bennett going to race Lane Ledford. We'll take our Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock final round to the stadium lanes, please. Lane Ledford, right-hand side, Grand Ledge, Michigan. Dragster, dialed 471. Austin Bennett, Greenville, Michigan. Chevy Nova going down the left lane, dialed 646. Semi-final round. Winner will come back to take on Tim Stout in the final. So he gets the bye run here at 3 cars. Green light, green light. An 010 to an 025. Finish line winner, right lane. Bennett had him on the tree, an 010 to an 025 advantage. Then went 4th out under. Lane Ledford drops down there going 200s over the dial in. He'll go to the final round. Take on Tim Stout, the pickup truck out of Carson City, Michigan. Be in the left lane, dialed 676. No box, semifinal round to the stadium lanes, please. Tim is negative 002 on React, so Lane Ledford will have lane choice in the final. Then he clicks her off early. So once again, the semifinal round in no box, semifinal round in no box, back to the stadium lanes. And here we go, the final round, Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. It's a rematch from yesterday. Yeah, same lane and everything. The stick shift Chevrolet Corvette. In the left-hand lane of Brett Sauerbaugh, West Island, Michigan. Going to dial 1010, and Scott Wright, the 62 Plymouth in right lane, dialed 964. Scott was the winner yesterday. Sauerbaugh's in with a Chevrolet Corvette. Mopar brings the R's up, bumps it forward. Foot brake car. Here we go. Tree down. Green lights a pair. Brett Sauerbaugh in control. 019 reaction time with the Corvette. 50 for the Mopar. Finish line. Vet. 10-12 on a 10-10 with an 019 reaction time. Scott runs 9:69 on the 64 and had a 50 reaction time. So Brett Sauerbaugh flips the script here on the final day, and he will go to the winner's circle with the Corvette. The final four in our no box category, getting ready to come out of the stadium lanes. We'll narrow the field to a final round, $2,000 to win class here on Monday of the Moneymaker. Sunday of the Moneymaker. Oh, man, oh, man. Mark Hancock, left lane, Cedar Springs, Michigan Mustang. He's going to dial 650. And Bill Wilson, the Holland, Ohio Chevrolet Chevelle, dial 595. Ohio Chevrolet Chevelle against the Michigan Mustang. Green light, green light. Mark Hancock in control here. Mark Hancock laying one down. 0-11, dead 9, 20 total. Wilson was 45 on the let go. There's no way to get the wind light to turn on down there with that combination. Mark Hancock goes to the final round. Take on the winner of this one, Jason Mikula and Neil Swain. Mikula with a Chevy 2, left lane down 602. Neil in the Jeep CJ9. His first weekend of competition this year. Trying to put it into the final round up against Jason Mikula Chevy 2. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires. Green lights a pair, and we got a good one. A 12 and an 18. Finish line winner. Left lane. Mikula 0-18, dead 2. Swain 0-12, 100th over with an 8. Makes a margin of victory. 100th for Mikula. Laying down 20 here. Is that what the Mustang? I think they both were 20 total here in the semifinal. We got a good final coming up between Mark Hancock and Jason Mikula. Box final round to the lanes. Box final round to the stadium lanes. Final round in the box class. Coming out of the stadium lane is going to be the truck of Tim Stout, Carson City, Michigan. Taking on Lane Ledford, Grand Ledge, Michigan. Racecraft Chassis Dragster. 471 dial on the right, 676 dialing in the left. Here we go, final round in box. Door car out. Here comes the dragster. 5 thou separate them. Finish line winner, right lane, Lane Ledford by 8 thousandths of a second. 0.15 at the 472 on a 471. Tim Stout is 0.20 and 677 on a 676 dial in. So Lane Ledford gets his second win of the year. So one run to go, our $2,000 Sunday final round in no box. Those two drivers, as soon as you get them ready, roll them up to the stadium lanes and we will put you down for the final round. So 1 run to go, our $2,000 to win final round. They are getting in and buckled up and ready to go. So that will be the end of the weekend here. Our final round here on Sunday. I did mean to say Tuesday there, but I did really think it was Monday a little while ago, but it's actually Sunday, and it's been a very good weekend. We are going to wrap up here with our Moneymaker Sunday final round between Jason Mikula and Mark Hancock. Here we go, the final of the weekend. Mark Hancock and Jason Mikula. Chevy 2 right lane, going to dial 602. Mark had lane choice here. He said, I want the left lane with my Mustang, and I will be dialed to 650. Both drivers in, here we go. Green lights a pair and a good final. 009 and an 016. Finish line, left lane. Mark Hancock, 016, dead 4. Another 20 total. Mikula is 009, going 6 thou under. Taking 17 stripe. Need to take 11 or less to get the win light to come on. And Mark Hancock continues a very, very good 2025 season with his Mustang. And that will do it for the Moneymaker and Rockin' Super Shootout weekend. Once again, we appreciate you all very much and wish you safe travels on your way home. We will see you next time.